Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 14. Let's go through the words. Sea goddess. A goddess supposed to live in or reign over the sea, or some part of the sea. Output. That which is thrown out as products of the metabolic activity of the body. The egesta other than the faeces, that gain which proceeds from labor, business, property, or capital of any kind, as the produce of a farm, the rent of houses, the proceeds of professional business, the profits of commerce or of occupation, or the interest of money or stock in funds, etc., revenue, receipts, salary, especially the annual receipts of a private person or a corporation from property, as a large income. Designate. To call by a distinctive title. To name. Suasive. Having power to persuade. Persuasive. Suasory. Sophora. A tree Sophora Japonica of Eastern Asia, resembling the common locust, occasionally planted in the United States. Terrestrial. Earthy, terrestrial. Vituperation. The act of vituperating, abuse, severe censure, blame. Inculcating. Present participle and verbal noun of inculcate, to tread or trample underfoot. Warranting. Present participle and verbal noun of warrant, that which warrants or authorizes, a commission giving authority, or justifying the doing of anything, an act, instrument, or obligation, by which one person authorizes another to do something which he has not otherwise a right to do, an act or instrument investing one with a right or authority, and thus securing him from loss or damage, commission, authority. Ruthenic. Pertaining to, or containing, ruthenium, specifically, designating those compounds in which it has a higher valence as contrasted with ruthenious compounds. Infrugiferous. Not bearing fruit, not fructiferous. Rose. Imperfect of rise, to move from a lower position to higher, to ascend, to mount up, specifically, to go upward by walking, climbing, flying, or any other voluntary motion, as a bird rises in the air, a fish rises to the bait. Overcarking. Too anxious, too full of care. Output. That which is thrown out as products of the metabolic activity of the body. The egesta other than the faeces, that gain which proceeds from labor, business, property, or capital of any kind, as the produce of a farm, the rent of houses, the proceeds of professional business, the profits of commerce or of occupation, or the interest of money or stock in funds, etc., revenue, receipts, salary, especially the annual receipts of a private person or a corporation from property, as a large income. Scrophulariasis. Of or pertaining to very large natural order of them Noctilus plants Scrophulariaceae or Scrophulariaceae, usually having irregular didynamous flowers and a two-celled pod. The order includes the Malayan, foxglove, snapdragon, figwort, painted cup, yellow rattle, and some exotic trees, as the Paulownia. Sharp. A portion of a stream where the water runs very rapidly. Pestering. Present participle and verbal noun of pester. To trouble. To disturb. To annoy. To harass with petty vexations. Griever. One who, or that which, grieves. Redemptory. Paid for ransom, serving to redeem. Flater. A flatterer. Anglophobia. Intense dread of, or aversion to, England or the English. Padilla. The masonry under the stylobate of a temple, sometimes a mere foundation, sometimes containing chambers. Enter. To initiate, to introduce favorably. Tinsel. Something shining and gaudy, something superficially shining and showy, or having a false luster, and more gay than valuable. Atlantean. Pertaining to, or resembling, Atlas, drawing. Recomfort. To recomfort, to comfort. Strut. Past participle of strike, to lure, to let or take down, to remove, as, to strike sail, to strike a flag or an ensign, as in token of surrender, to strike a yard or a topmast in a gale, to strike a tent, to strike the centering of an arch. Irreverently. In an irreverent manner. Germogen. A polynuclear mass of protoplasm, not divided into separate cells, from which certain ova are developed. Laundryman. A man who follows the business of laundering. Presidio. A place of defense, a fortress, a garrison, a fortress, a garrison or guardhouse. Incute. To strike or stamp in. Disordered. Imperfect and past participle of disorder. To disturb or interrupt the regular and natural functions of either body or mind. To produce sickness or indisposition in. To discompose. To derange, as. To disorder the head or stomach. Marble. To stain or vein like marble. To brigade in color, as. To marble the edges of a book, or the surface of paper. Foodie. Eatable. Fruitful. Ringing. And from ring, see. Acquiesce. to rest satisfied, or apparently satisfied, or to rest without opposition and discontent, usually implying previous opposition or discontent, to accept or consent by silence or by omitting to object, followed by in, formerly also by within to. Ozonometric, pertaining to, or used for, the determination of the amount of ozone, of or relating to ozonometry. Frizz, that which is frizzed, anything crisped or curled, as a wig, a frizzle. Condyles, a wart-like new growth on the outer skin or adjoining mucous membrane. Unwanted, uncommon, unusual, infrequent, rare, as unwanted changes. Redundant, using more WORDs or images than are necessary or useful. Pleonastic. Dahlia, a genus of plants native to Mexico and Central America, of the order Composite. Also, any plant or flower of the genus. The numerous varieties of cultivated dahlias bear conspicuous flowers which differ in color. Underkingdom, a subordinate or dependent kingdom. Extraneous, foreign, belonging to, or coming from, abroad. Mediums, a substance through which an effect is transmitted from one thing to another, as air is the common medium of sound, hence, the condition upon which any event or action occurs, necessary means of motion or action, that through or by which anything is accomplished, conveyed, or carried on, specifically, in animal magnetism, spiritualism, etc. A person through whom the action of another being is said to be manifested and transmitted. Trepanning, present participle and verbal noun of trepan, to ensnare, to catch by stratagem, to entrap, to trepan. Ironicon, a proposition or device for securing peace, especially in the church. Anacamptics, the science of reflected light, now called catoptrics. Parliament, in France, before the Revolution of 1789, one of the several principal judicial courts. Awk, perversely, in the wrong way. Proportion, to make proportional, to adjust according to settled rate, or to do comparative relation, to proportion, as, to proportionate punishment to crimes. Pavier, a paver. Embargoed, imperfect and past participle of embargo, an edict or order of the government prohibiting the departure of ships of commerce from some or all of the ports within its dominions, a prohibition to sail. Suture, the stitch by which the parts are united. Artist. An artful person, a schemer. Acid. One of a class of compounds, generally but not always distinguished by their sour taste, solubility in water, and reddening of vegetable blue or violet colors. They are also characterized by the power of destroying the distinctive properties of alkalis or bases, combining with them to form salts, at the same time losing their own peculiar properties. They all contain hydrogen, united with a more negative element or radical, either alone, or more generally with oxygen, and take their names from this negative element or radical. Those which contain no oxygen are sometimes called hydracids in distinction from the others which are called oxygen acids or oxacids. Septiferous. Conveying putrid poison, as the virulence of septiferous matter. Ring. A sound, especially the sound of vibrating metals, as the ring of a bell. Mal. A prefix in composition denoting ill or evil. French male. ADV. French malice, bad, ill. In some words it has the form male, as in malediction, malevolent, any wicked or mischievous intention of the mind, a depraved inclination to mischief, an intention to vex, annoy, or injure another person, or to do a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, a wanton disregard of the rights or safety of others, willfulness. Sliding. Present participle and verbal noun of slide, not decidedly marked, not forcible, inconsiderable, unimportant, insignificant, not severe, weak, gentle, applied in a great variety of circumstances, as a slight that is feeble, effort, a slight that is perishable, structure, a slight that is not deep, impression, a slight that is not convincing, argument, a slight that is not thorough, examination, slight that is not severe, pain, and the like. Costa. One of the rib-like longitudinal ridges on the exterior of many corals. Baiting. Present participle and verbal noun of bait, an alkaline solution consisting of the dung of certain animals, employed in the preparation of hides, grainer. Ogre. An imaginary monster, or hideous giant of fairy tales, who lived on human beings, hence, any frightful giant, a cruel monster. Plastic. Pertaining or appropriate to, or characteristic of, molding or modeling, produced by, or appearing as if produced by, molding or modeling, said of sculpture and the kindred arts, in distinction from painting and the graphic arts. Mesocuniform. One of the bones of the tarsus, C2D cuneiform. Link motion. A valve gear, consisting of two eccentrics with their rods, giving motion to slide valve by an adjustable connecting bar, called a link, in such a way that the motion of the engine can be reversed, or the cut-off varied, at will, used very generally in locomotives and marine engines. Infection. The act or process of infecting. Jug. To commit to jail. To imprison. Little. A small degree or scale. Miniature. Brittle. Of or pertaining to variety. Characterizing a variety. Constituting a variety. In distinction from an individual or species. Populocide. Slaughter of the people. A. An expletive, void of sense, to fill up the meter. Bungling. Present participle and verbal noun of bungle. To make or mend clumsily, to manage awkwardly, to botch, sometimes with a. Diminish. To take away, to subtract. Briber. One who bribes or pays for corrupt practices. Range. A wandering or roving, a going to and fro, an excursion, a ramble, an expedition. Spring. Present participle and verbal noun of sprig, to mark or adorn with a representation of small branches, to work with sprigs, as, to sprig muslin. Familiarize. To make familiar or intimate, to habituate, to custom, to make well known by practice or converse, as, to familiarize oneself with scenes of distress. Drain. To drain. Duodecahedral. Pertaining to, or like, a dodecahedron, consisting of 12 equal sides. Palmate. A salt of palmic acid, originally. Published. Imperfect and past participle of publish, to send forth, as a book, newspaper, musical piece, or other printed work, either for sale or for general distribution, to print, and issue from the press. Obia. A species of sorcery, probably of African origin, practiced among the Negroes of the West Indies. Trawler. A fishing vessel which trails a net behind Italian. Profoundly. In a profound manner. Die. To sink, to faint, to pine, to languish, with weakness, discouragement, love, etc. Envelope. A set of limits for the performance capabilities of some type of machine, originally used to refer to aircraft, now also used metaphorically to refer to capabilities of any system in general, including human organizations, especially in the phrase push the envelope. It is used to refer to the maximum performance available at the current state of the technology, and therefore refers to a class of machines in general, not a specific machine. Insect. One or more separate leaves inserted in a volume before binding, as a portion of the printed sheet in certain sizes of books which is cut off before folding, and set into the middle of the folded sheet to complete the succession of paging, also called off-cut, a page or pages of advertisements inserted. Target. Gypsum or plaster stone. Discussing. Present participle and verbal noun of discuss, to examine in detail or by disputation, to reason upon by presenting favorable and adverse considerations, to debate, to sift, to investigate, to ventilate. Field. To shelter. Glyxyl. White, amorphous, deliquescent powder, COH2, obtained by the partial oxidation of glycol. It is a double aldehyde between glycol and oxalic acid. Medalla, a small metal. Ossifying. Present participle and verbal noun of ossify, to form into bone, to change from a soft animal substance into bone, as by the deposition of lime salts. Bacilliform. Rod shape. Sclerosed. Affected with sclerosis. Is. Imperfect and past participle of use, to free from anything that pains, disquiets, or oppresses, to relieve from toil or care, to give rest, repose, or tranquility to, often with of, as, to ease of pain, ease the body or mind. Venisum. The thorax of arthropods. Brevetcies. The rank or condition of a brevet officer. Profaner. One who treats sacred things with irreverence, or diffles what is holy. One who uses profane language. Mesomucus. Having the intrinsic muscles of the larynx attached to the middle of the semirynx. Millboard. A kind of stout pasteboard. Partialism. Partiality, specifically Thiel, the doctrine of the partialists. Catholicism. The faith of the whole Orthodox Christian Church, or adherents thereto. Launch. To send out, to start one, on a career, to set going, to give a start to something, to put in operation, as, to launch a sun in the world, to launch a business project or enterprise. Blunt. Hard to impress or penetrate. Rat. One of the radic. Digestion. Generation of pus, suppuration. Crinkling. Present participle and verbal noun of crinkle. To turn or wind. To run in and out in many short bends or turns. To curl. To run in waves. To wrinkle. Also, to rustle. As stiff cloth when moved. shot, to encounter, wreck, to execute in vengeance or passion, to inflict, to hurl or drive, as, to wreak vengeance on an enemy. True bred, being of real breeding or education, as, a true bred gentleman. Consented, of consenter. Pressman, one who manages, or attends to, a press, especially a printing press. Yelk, an oily secretion which naturally covers the wool of sheep. Designing, the act of making designs or sketches, the act of forming designs or plans. Mass-eaterine, of or pertaining to the mass-eater. Murmuration, the act of murmuring, a murmur. Biogenes, a believer in the theory of biogenesis. Mohair, the long silky hair or wool of the Angora goat of Asia Minor, also, a fabric made from this material, or an imitation of such fabric. Duchess d'Angoulême, a variety of pear of large size and excellent flavor. Baritone, grave and deep, as a kind of male voice. Constitute, an established law. Squarely, becoming a squire, like a squire. Inequivalvular, having unequal valves, as the shell of an oyster. Heck, the bolt or latch of a door. Hummocking, the process of forming hummocks in the collision of Arctic ice. Chant, to utter with a melodious voice, to sing. About, over or upon different parts of, through or over in various directions, here and there in, to and fro in, throughout. Convolute, rolled or wound together, one part upon another, set of the leaves of plants in estivation. Laboratory, turning or rotating the plane of polarization towards the left. Levoturate, as levulose, left-handed quartz crystals, etc. Lactose, sugar of milk or milk sugar, a crystalline sugar present in milk, and separable from the whey by evaporation and crystallization. It has a slightly sweet taste, is dexteratory, and is much less soluble in water than either cane sugar or glucose, formerly called lactin. Intercrossing, present participle and verbal noun of intercross, to fertilize by the impregnation of one species or variety by another, to impregnate by a different species or variety. Ranchman, an owner or occupant of, or laborer on, a ranch, a herdsman. shadow, to cloud, to darken, to cast a gloom over. Widen, to grow wide or wider, to enlarge, to spread, to extend. Inhibit, to admit as a person or thing, to take in. Sword, to make sword or tummy, as, to sword a living part. Rival, a person having a common right or privilege with another, a partner. Leap, the act of leaping, or the space passed by leaping, a jump, a spring, a bound. Wooing, present participle and verbal noun of woo, to court solicitously, to invite with importunity. Box, a Mediterranean food fish, the bogue. Convener, one who calls an assembly together or convenes a meeting, hence, the chairman of a committee or other organized body. Traceable, capable of being traced. Carve, to cut into small pieces or slices, as meat at table. To divide for distribution or apportionment, to portion. Gall, the gallbladder. Configuration, relative position or aspect of the planets, the face of the horoscope, according to the relative positions of the planets at any time. Defalcating, present participle and verbal noun of defalcate, to cut off, to take away or deduct a part of, use chiefly of money, accounts, rents, income, etc. Amiability, the quality of being amiable, amiableness, sweetness of disposition. Surrender, the giving up of a principal into lawful custody by his bail. Hanker, to long for, with a keen appetite and uneasiness, to have a vehement desire, usually with for or after, as, to hanker after fruit, to hanker after the diversions of the town. Casuistial, of or pertaining to casuists or casuistry. Konogami, the state of a community which permits promiscuous sexual intercourse among its members, as in certain primitive tribes or communistic societies. Dermatian, of or pertaining to the skin. Antimonial, of or pertaining to antimony. Ointment, that which serves to anoint, any soft unctuous substance used for smearing or anointing, an unguent. Virescence, the act or state of becoming green through the formation of chlorophyll. Motion, change of pitch in successive sounds, whether in the same part or in groups of parts.
Frizz.
To soften and make of even thickness by rubbing, as with pumice stone or a blunt instrument.
Verbosity.
The quality or state of being verbose, the use of more words than are necessary, prolixity, wordiness, verbiage.
Alterable.
Capable of being altered.
Infrangibility.
The quality or state of being infrangible, infrangibleness.
Methylate.
To impregnate or mix with methyl or methyl alcohol.
Cantilever.
A projecting beam, truss, or bridge supported at the outer end, one which overhangs.
Ciaro.
A squid of the genus Omastrophis, any one of numerous species of 10-armed cephalopods having a long, tapered body, and a caudal fin on each side, especially any species of Loligo, Omastrophis, and related genera, a cephalopod, belonging to the genus Loligo and related genera. There are many species. They have a sac of ink-like fluid which they discharge from the siphon tube when pursued or alarmed, in order to confuse their enemies. Their shell is a thin horny plate within the flesh of the back, shaped very much like a quill pen. In America they are called squids. Any one of numerous species of 10-armed cephalopods having a long, tapered body, and a caudal fin on each side, especially any species of Loligo, Omastrophis, and related genera, Cicalomeri, Dicaturata, Dibranchiata, Dicaturata, Dibranchiata.
Safeguard.
One who, or that which, defends or protects, defense, protection.
Muck.
Abbreviation of the muck.
Cozier.
A tailor who botches his work.
Induce.
To bring on, to effect, to cause, as, a fever induced by fatigue or exposure.
Complexionary.
Pertaining to the complexion, or to the care of Italian.
Whim.
A whim, or whimsy, a freak.
Imperceptive.
Unable to perceive.
Mulligatun.
A kind of peach having one side deep red, and the flesh yellow.
Flatboat.
A boat with a flat bottom and square ends, used for the transportation of bulky freight, especially in shallow waters.
Tariff.
To make a list of duties on, as goods.
Voltigeur.
One of a picked company of irregular riflemen in each regiment of the French infantry.
Pederastic.
Of or pertaining to pederasty.
Chafe.
To fret and wear by rubbing, as, to chafe a cable.
Briar.
Figuratively, anything sharp or unpleasant to the feelings.
Stave.
To break in a stave or the staves of, to break a hole in, to burst, often within, as, to stave a cask, to stave in a boat.
Imparson.
A clergyman so inducted.
Portrait.
The likeness of a person, painted, drawn, or engraved, commonly, a representation of the human face painted from real life.
Dactylomancy.
Divination by means of finger rings.
Brawling.
Quarreling, quarrelsome, noisy.
Huff.
And adds, oh,
Bibliopolis.
one who sells books.
Peel.
To utter or give out loud sounds.
Voice.
The faculty or power of utterance, as, to cultivate the voice.
Glow.
Brightness or warmth of color. Redness, a rosy flush, as, the glow of health in the cheeks.
Horneted.
Bearing horns, horned, horn shape.
Air vessel.
A vessel, cell, duct, or tube containing or conducting air, as the air vessels of insects, birds, plants, etc. The air vessel of a pump, engine, etc. For the latter, a cavity containing air to act as a spring for equalizing the flow of a liquid in a pump or other hydraulic machine.
Bilgering.
Present participle and verbal noun of bilger. To surround with an army so as to preclude escape, to besiege, to blockade.
Wisdom.
Excessive use of the pronoun we, called also ism.
Doxologize.
To give glory to God, as in a doxology, to praise God with doxologies.
Rustle.
To cause to rustle, as the wind rustles the leaves.
Pillworm.
The teredo.
Amphoteric.
Partly one and partly the other, neither acid nor alkaline, neutral.
Microphotography.
The art of making microphotographs.
Occasioning.
Present participle and verbal noun of occasion, an occurrence or condition of affairs which brings with it some inlooked for event, that which incidentally brings to pass an event, without being its sufficient cause or sufficient reason, accidental or incidental cause.
Fulminata.
An extensive division, or subclass, of hermaphrodite gastropods, in which the mantle cavity is modified into an air-breathing organ, as in helix, or land snails, limax, or garden slugs, and many pond snails, as Limnaea and Planarbus.
Gnome.
A province or political division, as of modern Greece or ancient Egypt, a nomarchy.
villainous,
proceeding from, or showing, extreme depravity, suited to villain, as, a villainous action.
spent,
Exhausted, worn out, having lost energy or motive force.
dustpan,
A shovel-like utensil for conveying away dust brushed from the floor.
respondent,
One who responds. It corresponds in general to defendant.
deodant,
A personal chattel which had caused the death of a person, and for that reason was given to God, that is, forfeited to the crown, to be applied to pious uses, and distributed in alms by the high almoner. Thus, if the cart ran over a man and killed him, it was forfeited as a deodant.
topful,
Full to the top, or brimful.
steeple-crowned,
Bearing a steeple, as a steeple-crowned building.
semiological,
Of or pertaining to the science of science, or the systematic use of science, as a semiological classification of the signs or symptoms of disease, a semiological arrangement of signs used as signals.
deciphers,
A woman who deciphers.
half-beak,
Any slender, marine fish of the genus Hemorrhemphis, having the upper jaw much shorter than the lower, called also ballyhoo.
propagation,
The spreading abroad, or extension, of anything, diffusion, dissemination, as the propagation of sound, the propagation of the gospel.
ferries,
A franchise or right to maintain a vessel for carrying passengers and freight across a river, bay, etc., charging tolls.
Christianity,
The religion of Christians, the system of doctrines and precepts taught by Christ.
immoderately,
In an immoderate manner, excessively.
crayon,
To sketch, as with a crayon, to sketch or plan.
dissundered,
Imperfect and past participle of disunder. To separate, to sunder, to destroy.
bacteria,
A microscopic vegetable organism, belonging to the class algae, usually in the form of a jointed rod-like filament, and found in putrefying organic infusions. Bacteria are destitute of chlorophyll, and are the smallest of microscopic organisms. They are very widely diffused in nature, and multiply with marvelous rapidity, both by fission and by spores. Certain species are active agents in fermentation, while others appear to be the cause of certain infectious diseases. A variety of bacterium, a microscopic, rod-shaped vegetable organism.
traitor,
One who violates his allegiance and betrays his country, one guilty of treason, one who, in breach of trust, delivers his country to an enemy, or yields up any fort or place entrusted to his defense. or surrenders an army or body of troops to the enemy, unless when vanquished. Also, one who takes arms and levies war against his country, or one who aids an enemy in conquering his country. The offense of attempting to overthrow the government of the state to which the offender owes allegiance, or of betraying the state into the hands of a foreign power, disloyalty, treachery.
Rhodomontador.
Rhodomontadus.
Crumb.
A small fragment or piece, especially a small piece of bread or other food, broken or cut off.
Conduct.
The act or method of conducting, guidance, management.
Excedent.
The state of surpassing or going beyond limits, the being of a measure beyond sufficiency, necessity, or duty, that which exceeds what is usual or proper, immoderateness, superfluity, superabundance, extravagance, as an excess of provisions or of life.
Calcreo bituminous.
Consisting of, or containing, lime and bitumen.
Persuade.
Having the leaves or petals arranged in the form of a cross, cruciform.
Declinus.
Bent downward or aside, but bending downward in a curve, declined.
Mercurification.
The act or process of compounding, or the state of being compounded, with mercury.
Earthboard.
The part of a plow, or other implement, that turns over the earth, the millboard.
Frolic.
To play wild pranks, to play tricks of levity, mirth, and giddy, to indulge in frolicsome play, to sport.
Oncony.
A piece of malleable iron, wrought into the shape of a bar in the middle, but enwrought at the ends.
Thesaurus.
A treasury or storehouse, hence, a repository, especially of knowledge, often applied to a comprehensive work, like a dictionary or cyclopedia.
Disgustful.
Provoking disgust, offensive to the taste, exciting aversion, disgusting.
Parable.
Capable of being procured, obtainable.
Portage group.
A subdivision of the Kemming period in American geology, a sheet of paper, pasteboard, or the like, on which information is exhibited, especially when the information is arranged in tabular form, as an historical chart of geology. Relation of direction toward an object or end, as, look at it, to point at one, to aim at a mark, to throw, strike, shoot, wink, mock, laugh at anyone.
Sacred.
Set apart by solemn religious ceremony, especially, in a good sense, made holy, set apart to religious use, consecrated, not profane or common, as a sacred place, a sacred day, sacred service.
Interposition.
The thing interposed.
Deducibly.
By deduction.
Concedi.
Affected with a conceit.
Oversight.
Escape from an overlooked peril.
Run.
The act of migrating or ascending a river to spawn, set of fish, also, an assemblage or school of fishes which migrate or ascend a river for the purpose of spawning.
Tourist.
One who makes a tour or performs a journey in a circuit.
Worm.
An insect larva.
Mercenariness.
The quality or state of being mercenary, venality.
With.
To denote close or direct relation of opposition or hostility, equivalent to against.
Eagle.
A bird referred to in the Bible Leviticus 11:18 and Deuteronomy 14:17 as unclean, probably the Egyptian vulture Neophron percnopterus.
Extorter.
One who practices extortion.
Adjutant.
A species of very large stork Sicani argala, a native of India, called also the gigantic crane, and by the native name argala, it is noted for its serpent-destroying habits.
Warble.
To sing in a trilling manner, or with many turns and variations.
Specking.
Present participle and verbal noun of speck, a small discolored place in or on anything, or a small place of a color different from that of the main substance, a spot, a stain, a blemish, as, a speck on paper or cloth, specks of decay in fruit.
Ruberant.
A strengthening medicine, a tonic.
Smolderingness.
The state of smoldering.
Ilar.
Pertaining to, or having, wings.
Bedrench.
To drench, to saturate with moisture, to soak.
Beguine.
One of an association of religious laymen living in imitation of the Beguines. They arose in the 13th century, were afterwards subjected to much persecution, and were suppressed by an index in 1650, called also Beguines.
Cumulily.
In a suitable or becoming manner.
Hemisection.
A division along the mesial plane, also, one of the parts so divided.
Squabash.
To crush, to quash, to squash.
Speak.
To speak.
Model.
A model appearance.
Strawing.
Applied to forms in Anglo-Saxon, etc., which retain the old declensional endings, In the Teutonic languages, the vowel stems have held the original endings most firmly, and are called strong. The stems in and are called weak. Other consonant stems conform, or are irregular.
Forjudger.
A judgment by which one is deprived or put of a right or thing in question.
Abstract.
To take secretly or dishonestly. To purloin, as to abstract goods from a parcel, or money from a till.
Chat.
A blow, a rap.
Deflagrable.
Burning with a sudden and sparkling combustion, as niter, hence, slightly explosive, liable to snap and crackle when heated, as salt.
Bluff.
Abrupt, roughly frank, unceremonious, blunt, brusque, as, a bluff answer, a bluff manner of talking, a bluff sea captain.
Mat.
A fabric of sedge, rushes, flags, husks, straw, hemp, or similar material, used for wiping and cleaning shoes at the door, for covering the floor of a hall or room, and for other purposes.
Monotonic.
Of, pertaining to, or uttered in, a monotone, monotonous.
Depender.
One who depends, a dependent.
Rafter.
To plow so as to turn the grass side of each furrow upon an unplowed ridge, to ridge.
Lapsed.
Having slipped downward, backward, or away, having lost position, privilege, etc., by neglect, restricted to figurative uses.
Ursule.
A vessel for water for washing the hands, also, one to hold wine or water.
Pensteriorama.
A model of a town or country, in relief, executed in wood, cork, pasteboard, or the like.
Rived.
Imperfect of rive, to rend asunder by force, to split, to cleave, as, to rive timber for rails or shingles.
Decree.
An order from one having authority, deciding what is to be done by a subordinate, also, a determination by one having power, deciding what is to be done or to take place, edict, law, authoritative slash decision.
Geometral.
Pertaining to geometry.
Apple face.
Having a round, broad face, like an apple.
Rustling.
Present participle and verbal noun of rustle. A quick succession or confusion of small sounds, like those made by shaking leaves or straw, by rubbing silk, or the like, a rustling.
Pulsating.
Present participle and verbal noun of pulsate, to throb, as a pulse, to beat, as the heart.
Banker.
The stone bench on which masons cut or square their work.
Not be an aid.
A traverse made with gabions between guns or on their flanks, protecting them from enfilading fire.
Terrifying.
A white waxy substance, resembling spermaceti, tasteless and odorless, and obtained from coal tar, wood tar, petroleum, etc. By distillation, it is used as an illuminant and lubricant. It is very inert, not being acted upon by most of the strong chemical reagents. It was formerly regarded as a definite compound, but is now known to be a complex mixture of several higher hydrocarbons of the methane or marsh gas series. Hence, by extension, any substance, whether solid, liquid, or gaseous, of the same chemical series. Thus coal gas and kerosene consist largely of paraffins.
Numbing.
Present participle and verbal noun of numb, enfeebled in, or destitute of, the power of sensation and motion, rendered torpid, benumbed, insensible, as, the fingers or limbs are numb with cold.
Recriminative.
Having the quality of recrimination, retorting accusation, recriminating.
Related.
One who, or that which, relates to, or is considered in its relation to, something else, a relative object or term, one of two object or term, one of two objects directly connected by any relation.
A faeces.
The dropping of a letter or syllable from the beginning of a word, for example, cute for acute.
Superposition.
The act of superposing, or the state of being superposed, as the superposition of rocks, the superposition of one plane figure on another, in geometry.
Mitosis.
The arterialization of the blood in the lungs, the formation of blood in general, metagenesis.
Study.
To consider attentively, to examine closely, as to study the work of nature.
Climacteric.
A period in human life in which some great change is supposed to take place in the constitution. The critical periods are thought by some to be the years produced by multiplying 7 into the odd numbers 3, 7, and 9, to which others at the 81st year.
Factorize.
To attach the effects of a debtor in the hands of a third person to garnish, to warn by garnishment, to give notice to garnishee, to attach the fund or property sought to be secured by garnishment, to trustee.
Dupeling.
A little or insignificant dupe.
Heaving.
A lifting or rising, a swell, a panting or deep sighing. A god, a deity, a divine being, an idol, a king.
Impression.
That which impresses or exercises an effect, action, or agency, appearance, phenomenon.
Erectable.
Capable of being erected, as an erectable feather.
Tallowed.
Imperfect and past participle of tallow, the fat of some other animals, or the fat obtained from certain plants, or from other sources, resembling the fat of animals of the sheep and ox kinds.
Castrated.
Imperfect and past participle of castrate, to cut or take out, especially to remove anything erroneous or objectionable from, as the obscene parts of a writing, to expurgate.
Teratogeny.
The formation of monsters.
Pseudo-ulcers.
One of the rudimentary front wings of certain insects stylops. They resemble the halters, or rudimentary hind wings, of Diptera.
Hackly.
Having fine, short, and sharp points on the surface, as the Hackley fracture of metallic iron.
Artistical.
Of or pertaining to art or to artists, made in the manner of an artist, conformable to art, characterized by art, showing taste or skill.
LOWH.
Strong imperative of life.
Nippleworm.
Yellow-flowered composite herb Lampsana communis, formerly used as an external application to the nipples of women, called also dock cress.
Whip.
To taunt, to treat with whips.
Condition.
Essential quality, property, attribute.
Belonging.
To be a part of, or connected with, to be appendant or related, to allegiance or service.
Lighting.
Present participle and verbal noun of light, the manner in which the light strikes upon a picture, that part of a picture which represents those objects upon which the light is supposed to fall. The more illuminated part of a landscape or other scene, opposed to shade. Compare chiaroscuro.
Superregal.
More than regal, worthy of one greater than a king.
Ecstatic.
Delightful beyond measure, rapturous, ravishing, as ecstatic bliss or joy.
Perfoliation.
Vernation.
Gem.
Anything of small size, or expressed within brief limits, which is regarded as a gem on account of its beauty or value, as a small picture, a verse of poetry, a witty or wise saying.
Quaker.
The sooty albatross.
Liberalized.
Imperfect and past participle of liberalize, to make liberal, to free from narrow views or prejudices.
Harrison.
A beam or bar armed with iron spikes, and turning on a pivot used to block up a passage.
Cabinet.
A set of drawers or a cupboard intended to contain articles of value, hence.
Diaphanetite.
A colored photograph produced by superimposing a translucent colored positive over a strong uncolored one.
Coppaper.
A collar of iron or wood used in joining spars, as the mast and the topmast, the bowsprit and the jib boom. Also, a covering of tarred canvas at the end of the rope.
Truthpenny.
An honest fellow.
Statuing.
Present participle and verbal noun of statue. The likeness of a living being sculptured or modeled in some solid substance, as marble, bronze, or wax. An image, as a statue of Hercules, or of a lion.
You ground.
A grind.
Gully.
A large knife.
Superseding.
Present participle and verbal noun of supersede, to make void, inefficacious, or useless, by superior power, or by coming in the place of, to set aside, to render unnecessary, to suspend, to stay.
Collegial.
A member of a college.
Perpetuation.
The act of making perpetual, or of preserving from extinction through an endless existence, or for an indefinite period of time. Continuance.
Shutting.
Present participle and verbal noun of shut, formed by complete closure of the mouth passage, and with the nose passage remaining closed. Stopped, as are the mute consonants P, T, K, B, D, and hard German.
Ejaculatory.
Casting or throwing out, fitted to eject, as ejaculatory vessels.
Typology.
The art of, or method for, assisting the memory by associating the thing or subject to be remembered with some place.
Train.
That which is drawn along in the rear of, or after, something, that which is in the hinder part or rear.
Spectrum.
A luminous appearance, or an image seen after the eye has been exposed to an intense light or a strongly illuminated object. When the object is colored, the image appears of the complementary color, as a green image seen after viewing a red wafer lying on white paper, called also ocular spectrum.
Compare.
Illustration by comparison, simile.
Rater.
One who rates or scolds.
Vulgarizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of vulgarize, to make vulgar, or common.
Ghostive.
Presumptuous.
Rubific.
Making red, as, rubific rays.
Trachea.
An extensive division of arthropods comprising all those which breathe by tracheae, as distinguished from crustacea, which breathe by means of branchiae.
Vacancy.
An open or unoccupied space between bodies or things, an interruption of continuity, chasm, gap, as, a vacancy between buildings, a vacancy between sentences or thoughts.
Neptunian.
Of or pertaining to the ocean or sea.
Prawn.
A flat-bottomed boat or lighter, used in Holland and the Baltic, and sometimes armed in case of war.
Three nerve.
Having three nerves.
Quotidian.
Anything returning daily, especially medicine, an intermittent fever or ague which returns every day.
Nos.
For the most part.
Analyst.
A ring-like part or space.
Acri.
Of or pertaining to the acrita.
Public.
A public house, an inn.
Xanthoprovide.
Yellow acid substance formed by the action of hot nitric acid on albuminous or proteid matter. It is changed to deep orange-yellow color by the addition of ammonia.
Furrow.
To mark with channels or with wrinkles.
Cardiosphygmograph.
A combination of cardiograph and sphygmograph.
Severity.
The quality or state of being severe.
Prevent.
Carried forward, advanced.
Statutably.
Conformably to statute.
Fight.
To cause to fight, to manage or maneuver in a fight, as, to fight cocks, to fight one's ship.
Rheostat.
A contrivance for adjusting or regulating the strength of electrical currents, operating usually by the intercalation of resistance which can be varied at will.
Conductor.
One in charge of a public conveyance, as of a railroad train or a streetcar.
Tripoline.
Of or pertaining to Tripoli, the mineral.
Center.
One of the two conical steel pins, in a lathe, etc., upon which the work is held, and about which it revolves.
Conflicted.
Imperfect and past participle of conflict, a striking or dashing together, violent collision, as, a conflict of elements or waves.
Portion.
To separate or divide into portions or shares, to parcel, to distribute.
Truculent.
Cruel, destructive, ruthless.
Equinox.
The time when the sun enters one of the equinoctial points, that is, about March 21st and September 22nd, of, belonging to, or peculiar to, autumn, as, an autumnal tint, produced or gathered in autumn, as, autumnal fruits, flowering in autumn, as, an autumnal plant, equinox, vernal equinox, under autumnal and vernal.
Cervicide.
The act of killing deer slaying.
Oxbeater.
The cow blackbird.
Expeditiously.
In expedite manner, expeditiously.
Unassured.
Not assured, not bold or confident.
Slang.
Of sling.
Crank.
A sick person, an invalid.
Reenthronement.
A second enthroning.
Burr.
A drill with a serrated head larger than the shank, used by dentists.
Autocracy.
Supreme, uncontrolled, unlimited authority, or right of governing in a single person, as of an autocrat.
Gully.
A channel or hollow worn in the earth by a current of water, a short deep portion of a torrent's bed when dry.
Reckon.
To come to an accounting, to make up accounts, to settle, to examine and strike the balance of debt and credit, to adjust relations of desert or penalty.
Cylopedes.
Birds whose young at first have down on the terril only, called also gymnopedes.
Accord.
To grant as suitable or proper, to concede, to award, as, to accord to one due praise.
Unmeter.
To deprive of a mitre, to depose or degrade from the rank of a bishop.
Death.
Personified, the destroyer of life, conventionally represented as a skeleton with a scythe.
Cloven.
From cleave, ct.
Cornet.
A cap of paper twisted at the end, used by retailers to enclose small wares.
Insolent.
Proceeding from or characterized by insolence, insulting, as, insolent words or behavior.
Punishing.
Present participle and verbal noun of punish, to impose a penalty upon, to afflict with pain, loss, or suffering for a crime or fault, either with or without a view to the offender's amendment, to cause to suffer in retribution, to chasten, as, to punish traitors with death. A father punishes his child for willful disobedience.
Eel.
Ale.
Dynamo.
A dynamo electric machine.
Creeper.
A small bird of the genus Certhia, allied to the wrens. The brown or common European creeper is Centigrade familiaris, a variety of which variant, Americana, inhabits America, called also tree creeper and creep tree. The American black and white creeper is Amniotilta varia.
Befitting.
Present participle and verbal noun of befit, to be suitable to suit, to become,
ethereally,
in an ethereal manner,
helpful,
furnishing help, giving aid, assistant, useful, salutary,
sheetfuls,
enough to fill a sheet, as much as a sheet can hold,
transcorporate,
to transmigrate,
bittersweet,
sweet and then bitter or bitter and then sweet, especially sweet with a bitter aftertaste, hence figuratively, pleasant but painful.
inundating,
Present participle and verbal noun of inundate, to bind up as in a knot, to include.
supermedial,
Above the middle.
prepossession,
Preoccupation of the mind by an opinion, or impression, already formed. Preconceived opinion, previous impression, bias, generally, but not always, used in a favorable sense, as the prepossessions of childhood.
spitted,
Of spit, a small point of land running into the sea, or a long, narrow shoal extending from the shore into the sea, as a spit of sand.
diphthongic,
Of the nature of diphthong, diphthongal.
pricking,
The act of piercing or puncturing with a sharp point.
prefect,
A superintendent of a department who has control of its police establishment, together with extensive powers of municipal regulation.
engineer,
One who manages as engine, particularly a steam engine, an engine driver.
misadventurous,
Unfortunate.
caught horse,
Lofty in feeling, exultant, proud, upstart.
principal,
The chief actor in a crime, or an abettor who is present at it, as distinguished from an accessory.
treasuring,
Present participle and verbal noun of treasure. To collect and deposit, as money or other valuable things, for future use. To lay up, to hoard, usually with up, as, to treasure up gold.
converted,
Imperfect and past participle of convert, a person who is converted from one opinion or practice to another, a person who is won over to, or heartily embraces, a creed, religious system, or party, in which he has not previously believed, especially, one who turns from the controlling power of sin to that of holiness, or from unbelief to Christianity.
banyan,
A tree of the same genus as the common fig, and called the Indian fig Ficus indica, whose branches send shoots to the ground, which take root and become additional trunks, until it may be the tree covers some acres of ground and is able to shelter thousands of men.
calling,
And embrace dalliance.
jacks,
A rail of wood or iron stretching along the yard of a vessel, to which the sails are fastened.
Leuroconite.
A hydrated arsenate of copper, occurring in obtuse pyramidal crystals of a sky blue or verdigris green color.
Fusi.
A genus of tough, leathery seaweeds, usually of a dull brownish green color. Rockweed.
Eating.
Something fit to be eaten. Food, as a peach is good eating.
Clubelly.
Club shape, having the form of a club, growing gradually thicker toward the top. Celis, of antennae.
Wide.
To a distance, far, widely, to great distance or extent, as his fame was spread wide.
Votaries.
One devoted, consecrated, or engaged by a vow or promise, hence, especially, one devoted, given, or addicted, to some particular service, worship, study, or state of life.
Brake.
A thicket, a place overgrown with shrubs and brambles, with undergrowth and ferns, or with canes.
Denbury.
A borosilicate of lime, first found at Danbury, Con. It is near the topaz in form.
Woodchuck.
The yaffle, or green woodpecker.
Rampant.
Ramping, leaping, springing, rearing upon the hind legs, hence, raging, furious.
Wenking.
Present participle and verbal noun of wench, to frequent the company of wenches, or women of ill fame.
Synagogue.
Any assembly of men.
Liberal.
Bestowing in a large and noble way, as a freeman, generous, bounteous, open-handed, as a liberal giver.
Portamento.
In singing, or in the use of the bow, the gradual carrying or lifting of the voice or sound very smoothly from one note to another, the gliding from tone to tone.
Fridge.
A confection of fruit.
Chalaza.
The place on an ovule, or seed, where its outer coats cohere with each other and the nucleus.
Trichmatum.
A name given to several species of stone crop, used as ingredients of vermifuge medicines, an yellow-succulent plant of the genus Sedum, especially Sedumacre, which is common on bare rocks in Europe, and is spreading in parts of America, a low plant with fleshy leaves Sedum telephium, having clusters of purple flowers. It is found on dry, sandy places, and on old walls, in England, and has become naturalized in America, called also stone crop, and live forever.
Shape.
The retching, so called from the nodding of its head while on the ground.
Frontignac.
a sweet muscadine wine made in Frontignan-Languedoc, France.
Cutlass.
A short, heavy, curving sword, used in the navy, a corruption of cutlass.
Mule.
A hybrid animal, specifically, one generated between an ass and a mare, sometimes a horse and a she-ass, a term of endearment, darling, corrupted from honey.
Vascula.
A tin box, commonly cylindrical or flattened, used in collecting plants.
Cove.
To arch over, to build in a hollow concave form, to make in the form of a cove.
Below.
Under, or lower in place, beneath not so high, as, below the moon, below the knee.
Suctorial.
Adapted for sucking, living by sucking, as, the hummingbirds are suctorial birds.
Perturbate.
To perturb.
Mentine.
A colorless liquid hydrocarbon resembling oil of turpentine, obtained by dehydrating menthol. It has an agreeable odor and a cooling taste.
Ownership.
The state of being an owner. The right to own. Exclusive right of possession. Legal or just claim or title. Proprietorship.
Ignotribunal.
Rolled in a spiral. Scroll-like. Turbinate. Applied to the thin, plicated, bony or cartilaginous plates which support the olfactory and mucous membranes of the nasal chambers.
Juglandine.
An alkaloid found in the leaves of the walnut Juglans regia.
Hutch.
A measure of 2 Winchester bushels.
Coaxed.
Imperfect and past participle of coax, to persuade by gentle, insinuating courtesy, flattering, or fondling, to wheedle, to soothe.
Broke.
To transact business for another.
Discordant.
Dissonant, not in harmony or musical concord, harsh, jarring, as discordant notes or sounds.
Alarm.
To call to arms for defense, to give notice to anyone of approaching danger, to rouse to vigilance and action, to put on the alert.
Removed.
Changed in place.
Sunsquall.
Any large jellyfish.
Veritrilpine.
Yellowish amorphous alkaloid extracted from the rootstock of Veritrum album.
Embracive.
Disposed to embrace, fond of caressing.
Truck.
To transport on a truck or trucks.
Innocent.
Simple, artless, foolish.
Rest.
A place where one may rest, either temporarily, as in an inn, or permanently, as in an abode.
Argentine.
A citizen of the Argentine Republic.
Deontology.
The science relates to duty or moral obligation.
Enucleating.
Present participle and verbal noun of enucleate, to bring or peel out, as a kernel from its enveloping husks or shell.
Senna.
A male Indian, a brave, correlative of squaw.
Simulate.
Feigned, pretended.
Ennui.
A feeling of weariness and disgust, dullness and languor of spirits, arising from satiety or want of interest, tedium.
Pairs royal.
A number of things resembling one another, or belonging together, a set, as, a pair or flight of stairs, a pair of beads, Chaucer, bow, and Florine for pair of stairs, Macaulay, now mostly or quite disused, except as to stairs.
Economized.
Imperfect and past participle of economize, to be prudently sparing in expenditure, to be frugal and saving, as, to economize in order to grow rich.
Sonation.
The act of healing or curing.
Savorily.
In a savory manner.
Juntus.
A council, a convention, a tribunal, an assembly, especially the Grand Council of State in Spain.
Produce.
To cause to be or to happen, to originate, as an effect or result, to bring about, as, disease produces pain, vice produces misery.
Hysteroepilepsy.
A disease resembling hysteria in its nature, and characterized by the occurrence of epileptiform convulsions, which can often be controlled or excited by pressure on the ovaries, and upon other definite points in the body.
Drive.
To press forward, to aim, or tend, to point, to make an effort, to strive, usually with that.
Stub.
Reduced to stub, short and thick, like something truncated, blunt, obtuse.
Club.
Any part of the suit of cards having a figure like the trefoil or clover leaf, plural. The suit of cards having such figure.
End.
One of the yarns of the worsted warp in a Brussels carp.
Boom.
To cause to advance rapidly in price, as, to boom railroad or mining shares, to create a boom for, as to boom Mr. Centigrade for senator.
Stamen.
Furnished with stamens.
Labored.
Bearing marks of labor and effort, elaborately wrought, not easy or natural, as, labored poetry, a labored style.
Cani,
The rabbit, especially the European rabbit Lepus cuniculus.
Spirit,
Tenuous, volatile, airy, or vapory substance, possessed of active qualities.
Abusive,
Practicing abuse, prone to ill treat by coarse, insulting words or by other ill usage, as an abusive author, an abusive fellow.
Fair weather,
Appearing only when times or circumstances are prosperous, as a fair weather friend.
Prepositive,
Put before, prefixed, as a prepositive particle.
Oligocene,
Of, pertaining to, or designating, certain strata which occupy an intermediate position between the Eocene and Miocene periods.
Platanus,
The Susu,
conformed,
imperfect and past participle of conform, to shape in accordance with, to make like, to bring into harmony or agreement with, usually with to or unto.
fracas,
An uproar, a noisy quarrel, a disturbance, a brawl.
face,
That part of the body, having several sides, which may be seen from one point, or which is presented toward a certain direction, one of the bounding planes of a solid, as a cube has 6 faces.
sucker,
To form suckers, as corn suckers abundantly.
public,
Open to the knowledge or view of all, general, common, notorious, as, public report, public scandal.
pseudoma,
An egg-like germ produced by the agamic females of some insects and other animals, and by the larvae of certain insects. It is capable of development without fertilization of paedogenesis.
lengthwise,
In the direction of the length, in a longitudinal direction.
overwhelm,
To cause to surround, to cover.
suppress,
To stop, to restrain, to arrest the discharges of, as, to suppress a diarrhea or hemorrhage.
extinguisher,
One who, or that which, extinguishes, especially, a hollow cone or other device for extinguishing a flame, as of a torch or candle.
sparsely,
In a scattered or sparse manner.
response,
An answer or reply.
en route,
To fix by the root, to fix fast, to implant deep.
majorship,
The office of major.
ambulator,
A beetle of the genus Lamia.
main,
The largest throw in a match at dice, a throw at dice within given limits, as in the game of hazard.
Phanerodactyla.
An extinct order of birds having a long vertebrated tail with quills along each side of Italian. Archaeopteryx is the type, a fossil bird, of the Jurassic period, remarkable for having a long tapering tail of many vertebrae with feathers along each side, and jaws armed with teeth, with other reptilian characteristics, and ontorniths.
Beacon.
To give light to, as a beacon, to light up, to illumine.
Superpartent.
Of or pertaining to ratio when the excess of the greater term over the less is more than a unit, as that of 3 to 5, or 7 to 10.
Jack.
An outer covering for anything, especially a covering of some non-conducting material such as wood or felt, used to prevent radiation of heat, as from a steam boiler, cylinder, pipe, etc.
Stock jobbing.
The act or art of dealing in stocks, the business of a stock jobber.
Brigade.
To diversify an external appearance, to mark with different colors, to dapple, to streak, as, to brigade a floor with marble of different colors.
Advance.
A furnishing of something before an equivalent is received as money or goods, towards a capital or stock, or on loan, payment beforehand, the money or goods thus furnished, money or value supplied beforehand.
Affront.
To offend by some manifestation of disrespect, to insult to the face by demeanor or language, to treat with marked incivility.
Chlorillum.
An impure aqueous solution of chloride of aluminium, used as an antiseptic and disinfectant.
Buckle.
A curl of hair, especially a kind of crisp curl formerly worn, also, the state of being curled.
Conglobing.
Present participle and verbal noun of conglobe, to gather into a ball, to collect into a round mass.
Melchi.
One of a sect, chiefly in Syria and Egypt, which acknowledges the authority of the Pope, but adheres to the liturgy and ceremonies of the Eastern Church.
Edish.
Aftermath, also, stubble and stubble field, the stubble of wheat or grass, a stubble field, edish.
Anachronical.
Characterized by, or involving, anachronism, anachronistic.
Explanatoriness.
The quality of being explanatory.
Carbide.
A binary compound of carbon with some other element or radical, in which the carbon plays the part of a negative, formerly termed carb.
Bel.
The Babylonian name of the god known among the Hebrews as Baal, the supreme male divinity of the Phoenician and Canaanitish nations.
Provided.
Imperfect and past participle of provide, to procure supplies or means in advance, to take measures beforehand in view of an expected or a possible future need, especially a danger or an evil, followed by against or for, as, to provide against the inclemency of the weather, to provide for the education of a child.
gamed,
Imperfect and past participle of game. To play for a stake or prize. To use cards, dice, billiards, or other instruments, according to certain rules, with a view to win money or other thing waged upon the issue of the contest. To gamble.
methodize,
To reduce to method, to dispose in due order, to arrange in a convenient manner, as, to methodize one's work or thoughts.
tilefish,
A large, edible, deep-water food fish Lophilatulus chamaeleonticeps, more or less thickly covered with large, round, yellow spots.
scribblement,
A scribble.
cackerel,
The mendole, a small worthless Mediterranean fish considered poisonous by the ancients, the cackerel.
cedron,
Of or pertaining to cedar or the cedar tree.
seize,
To bind or fasten together with a lashing of small stuff, as yarn or marline, as, to seize ropes.
satyr,
A work in the Persian tongue, being a summary of the Zend Avesta, or sacred books.
estate,
Estate, state,
wrangling,
a quarrel,
auxiliar,
an auxiliary,
paled,
enclosed with a paling,
hypodactylum,
the underside of the toes,
beam,
a beam, shot or armed at the end with a metal head or point, and projecting from the prow of an ancient galley, in order to pierce the vessel of an enemy, a beakhead.
void,
Containing nothing, empty, vacant, not occupied, not filled.
mux,
Dirt, filth, mud,
cyprides,
a genus of small, bivalve, freshwater crustacea, belonging to the ostracoda, also, a member of this genus.
aspirating,
Present participle and verbal noun of aspirate, to make rough or uneven.
untemperately,
Intemperately,
meter,
a line above or below hanging net, to which the net is attached in order to strengthen Italian.
aperos,
Without pores.
chord,
To accord, to harmonize together, as, this note chords with that.
T.
The protuberance through which milk is drawn from the udder or breast of a mammal, a nipple, a pap, a mamilla, a dug, a
Fortunately,
in a fortunate manner, luckily, successfully, happily.
movability,
The quality or state of being movable, mobility, susceptibility of motion.
pulverulence,
The state of being pulverulent, abundance of dust or powder, dustiness.
solidifying,
Present participle and verbal noun of solidify, to become solid, to harden.
obstinate,
Pertinaciously adhering to an opinion, purpose, or course, persistent, not yielding to reason, arguments, or other means, stubborn, pertinacious, usually implying unreasonableness.
kaleidophone,
An instrument invented by Professor Wheatstone, consisting of a reflecting knob at the end of a vibrating rod or thin plate, for making visible, in the motion of a point of light reflected from the knob, the paths or curves corresponding with the musical notes produced by the vibrations.
footboard,
A treadle.
discomfiting,
Present participle and verbal noun of discomfit, to break up and frustrate the plans of, to balk slash to throw into perplexity and dejection, to disconcert.
cupuliferous,
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, the family of plants of which the oak and the chestnut are examples, trees bearing a smooth, solid nut enclosed in some kind of cup or burr, bearing, or furnished with, a cupule.
station,
A state of standing or rest, equilibrium.
swinebread,
The truffle.
flare,
A grin of civility, a leer.
colander,
A very hard, semi-glazed, green or dark brown brick, which will not absorb water, called also Dutch clinker.
removal,
The act of removing, or the state of being removed.
magnetic,
A magnet,
vaporable,
capable of being converted into vapor by the agency of heat, vaporizable.
monoptote,
A noun having only one case.
translucency,
Translucency, as the translucency of a gem.
uppish,
Proud, arrogant, assuming, putting on airs of superiority.
lionship,
The state of being a lion.
buncus,
An establishment for the custody, loan, exchange, or issue of money, and for facilitating the transmission of funds by drafts or bills of exchange, an institution incorporated for performing one or more of such functions, or the stockholders or their representatives, the directors, acting in their corporate capacity.
Devata.
A deity, a divine being, a good spirit, an idol.
Tongue.
Any small soul.
Severity.
The quality or power of distressing or paining, extreme degree, extremity, intensity, inclemency, as the severity of pain or anguish, the severity of cold or heat, the severity of the winter.
Shillelagh.
An awakened sapling or cudgel, any cudgel, so called from Shillelagh, a place in Ireland of that name famous for its oaks.
Appraisal.
Evaluation by an authorized person, an appraisement.
Disallege.
To alienate from allegiance.
Thread.
Figuratively, composition, quality, fineness.
Horse.
The rope rig below yard, upon which men stand when reefing or furling, formerly called a horse, a no.
Moxie.
Courage, determination.
Estufa.
An assembly room and dwelling of the Pueblo Indians.
Aeromancy.
Divination from the state of the air or from atmospheric substances, also, forecasting changes in the weather.
Buffalo.
The buffalo fish, a species of the genus Bos or Bubalus before Bubalus, originally from India, but now found in most of the warmer countries of the eastern continent. It is larger and less docile than the common ox, and is fond of marshy places and rivers. Fish, billow.
Lunatidal.
Pertaining to tidal movements dependent on the moon.
Apocalyptus.
The writer of the apocalypse.
Lanathus.
Anything made of wool.
Interference.
The mutual influence, under certain conditions, of two streams of light or series of pulsations of sound, or, generally, two waves or vibrations of any kind, producing certain characteristic phenomena, as colored fringes, dark bands, or darkness, in the case of light, silence or increased intensity in sounds, neutralization or superposition of waves generally.
Cup moss.
A kind of lichen, of the genus Cladonia.
San Benito.
Anciently, a sackcloth coat worn by penitents on being reconciled to the church.
Palmate.
A salt of palmic acid, originally.
Consign.
To give, transfer, or deliver, in a formal manner, as if by signing over into the possession of another, or into a different state, with a sense of fixedness in that state, or permanence of possession, as to consign the body to the grave.
abhorrency,
Extreme hatred or detestation, the feeling of utter dislike.
score,
The number 20, as being marked off by a special score or tally, hence, in plural, a large number.
departure,
Division, separation, putting away.
soften,
To make less harsh or grating, or of a quality the opposite, as, to soften the voice.
malamoke,
Any one of several species of large pelagic petrels and fulmars, as Fulmars glacialis of the North Atlantic, and several species of Estrelata of the Southern Ocean, one of several species of seabirds, of the family Procellariid, allied to the albatrosses and petrels. Among the well-known species are the Arctic fulmar Fulmars glacialis, called also fulmar petrel, maldic, and malamnock, and the giant fulmar Ossifraga gigantea.
tachidodoxy,
A short or rapid method of instructing.
countersink,
To cause to sink even with or below the surface, as to countersink a screw or bolt into woodwork.
combust,
So near the sun as to be obscured or eclipsed by his light, as the moon or planets when not more than 8 degrees and a half from the sun.
dichotomous,
Regularly dividing by pairs from bottom to top, as a dichotomous stem.
package,
Act or process of packing.
impassionable,
Excitable, susceptible of strong emotion.
asphalt,
Mineral pitch, juice pitch, or compact native bitumen. It is brittle, of a black or brown color and high luster on a surface of fracture. It melts and burns when heated, leaving no residue. It occurs on the surface and shores of the Dead Sea, which is therefore called asphaltites, or the asphaltic lake. It is found also in many parts of Asia, Europe, and America. Mineral pitch, a black, tarry substance, burning with a bright flame. Juice pitch, it occurs as an abundant natural product in many places, as on the shores of the Dead and Caspian seas. It is used in cements, in the construction of pavements, etc. Mineral pitch, juice pitch, or compact native bitumen. It is brittle, of a black or brown color and high luster on a surface of fracture. It melts and burns when heated, leaving no residue. It occurs on the surface and shores of the Dead Sea, which is therefore called asphaltites, or the asphaltic lake. It is found also in many parts of Asia, Europe, and America. Mineral pitch, a black, tarry substance, burning with a bright flame. Juice pitch, it occurs as an abundant natural product in many places, as on the shores of the Dead and Caspian seas. It is used in cements, in the construction of pavements, etc. Mineral pitch, juice pitch, or compact native bitumen. It is brittle, of a black or brown color and high luster on a surface of fracture. It melts and burns when heated, leaving no residue. It occurs on the surface and shores of the Dead Sea, which is therefore called asphaltites, or the asphaltic lake. It is found also in many parts of Asia, Europe, and America. See bitumen.
assiduous,
Performed with constant diligence or attention, unremitting, persistent, as assiduous labor.
sort,
A chance group, a company of persons who happen to be together, a troop, also, an assemblage of animals.
cross-beared,
Secured by, or furnished with, crossbars.
overcloud,
To cover or overspread with clouds, to becloud, to overcast.
barry,
Divided into bars, set of the field.
sold,
Imperfect and past participle of soul. Any one of several American flounders somewhat resembling the true soul in form or quality, as the California solepidopsis balanida, the long-fin souled Glyptocephalus zoteris, and other species.
shoot,
An inclined plane, either artificial or natural, down which timber, coal, etc., are caused to slide. Also, narrow passage, either natural or artificial, in a stream, where the water rushes rapidly, especially a channel, having a swift current, connecting the ends of a bend in the stream, so as to shorten the course.
lappeting,
Present participle and verbal noun of lappet, a small decorative fold or flap, esp, of lace or muslin, in a garment or headdress.
lest,
Last, least.
integrant,
Making part of a whole, necessary to constitute an entire thing, integral.
disturbance,
Violent agitation in the body politic, public commotion, tumult.
autographal,
Pertaining to, or used in, the process of autography, as, autographic ink, paper, or press.
shill,
To put under cover, to shield.
Flemish,
Pertaining to Flanders, or the Flemings.
chiborium,
A canopy usually standing free and supported on four columns, covering the high altar, or, very rarely, a secondary altar.
realization,
The act of realizing, or the state of being realized.
suggestion,
Charge, complaint, accusation.
asperity,
Roughness or harshness of sound, that quality which grates upon the ear, rosity.
intelligence,
Information communicated, news, notice, advice.
cloister,
Imperfect and past participle of cloister. The series of such passages on the different sites of any court, especially that of a monastery or a college.
Moralize.
To make moral reflections, to regard acts and events as involving a moral.
Zoographical.
Of or pertaining to the description of animals.
Exanimation.
Deprivation of life or of spirits.
Given.
Stated, fixed, as, in a given time.
Diaphragm.
The muscular and tendinous partition separating the cavity of the chest from that of the abdomen, the midriff.
Copper.
A common metal of a reddish color, both ductile and malleable, and very tenacious. It is one of the best conductors of heat and electricity. Symbol copper. Atomic weight 63.3. It is one of the most useful metals in itself, and also in its alloys, brass and bronze.
Dumping.
Present participle and verbal noun of dump, to put or throw down with more or less of violence, hence, to unload from the cart by tilting it, as, to dump sand, coal, etc.
Parting.
Given when departing, as, a parting shot, a parting salute.
Thrush.
The frog of a horse's foot.
Resolve.
To solve, as a problem, by enumerating the several things to be done, in order to obtain what is required, to find the answer to, or the result of.
Must.
To be obliged, to be necessitated, expressing either physical or moral necessity, as, a man must eat for nourishment, we must submit to the laws.
Dismiss.
To lay aside or reject as unworthy of attentions or regard, as a petition or motion in court.
Amphibious.
Of a mixed nature, partaking of two natures.
Ask.
A water newt.
Grass.
Imperfect and past participle of grass, an endogenous plant having simple leaves, a stem generally jointed and tubular, the husks or glooms in pairs, and the seed single.
Turn.
To translate, to construe, as, to turn the eyelid.
Flared.
Imperfect and past participle of fleer, to make a wry face in contempt, or to grin in scorn, to deride, to sneer, to mock, to jibe, as, to fleer and flap.
Woodsman.
A woodman, especially, one who lives in the forest.
Pavilion.
A covering, a canopy, figuratively, the sky.
Inoperative.
Producing no effect, inoperative.
Superfineness.
The state of being superfine.
versatile,
capable of turning, freely movable, as a versatile anther, which is fixed at one point to the filament, and hence is very easily turned around, a versatile toe of a bird.
school,
A place for learned intercourse and instruction, an institution for learning, an educational establishment, a place for acquiring knowledge and mental training, as the school of the prophets.
concrete,
United in growth, hence, formed by coalition of separate particles into one mass, united in a solid form.
worldly,
With relation to this life, in a worldly manner.
prenasal,
Situated in front of the nose, or in front of the nasal chambers.
hoisting,
Present participle and verbal noun of hoist. To raise, to lift, to elevate, especially, to raise or lift to desired elevation, by means of tackle, as a sail, a flag, a heavy package or weight.
strumstrum,
A rude musical instrument somewhat like a citern.
curvet,
A prank, a frolic.
engrave,
To impress deeply, to infix, as if with a graver.
triglyph,
An ornament in the frieze of the Doric order. Repeated at equal intervals, each triglyph consists of a rectangular tablet slightly projecting and divided nearly to the top by two parallel and perpendicular gutters, or channels, called glyphs, into three parts, or spaces, called femora, a half-channel, or glyph, is also cut upon each of the perpendicular edges of the tablet of entablature.
erythrixtrin,
A dextrin which gives a red color with iodine, a translucent, gummy, amorphous substance, nearly tasteless and odorless, used as a substitute for gum, for sizing, etc., and obtained from starch by the action of heat, acids, or diastase. It is of somewhat variable composition, containing several carbohydrates which change easily to their respective varieties of sugar. It is so named from its rotating the plane of polarization to the right, called also British gum, Alsace gum, Gommelin, Leo gum, etc. Dextrin not colorable by iodine, a translucent, gummy, amorphous substance, nearly tasteless and odorless, used as a substitute for gum, for sizing, etc., and obtained from starch by the action of heat, acids, or diastase. It is of somewhat variable composition, containing several carbohydrates which change easily to their respective varieties of sugar. It is so named from its rotating the plane of polarization to the right, called also British gum, Alsace gum, Gommelin, Leo gum, etc. See acrylxtrin, and erythrixtrin, and erythrixtrin.
slug,
To move slowly, to lie idle.
molluscoidea,
A division of invertebrata which includes the classes Brachiopoda and Bryozoa, called also anthoid mollusca.
tradeful,
full of trade, busy in traffic, commercial.
morn,
The first part of the day, the morning, used chiefly in poetry.
cryptogamous,
Of or pertaining to the series Cryptogamia, or to plants of that series.
also,
In like manner, likewise.
invite,
To give invitation.
staffs,
An establishment of officers in various departments attached to an army, to section of an army, or to the commander of an army. The general's staff consists of those officers about his person who are employed in carrying his commands into execution. The staff of an army, including all officers above the rank of colonel. Also, all adjutants, inspectors, quartermasters, commissaries, engineers, ordnance officers, paymasters, physicians, signal officers, judge advocates, also, the non-commissioned assistants of the above officers.
fake,
To make, to construct, to do.
turfinus,
Quality or state of being turfy.
infanticide,
One who commits the crime of infanticide, one who kills an infant.
free-tongued,
Speaking without reserve.
breeze,
The word is used as a Portuguese designation of money of account, 100 reis being about equal in value to the 11 cents.
outsettler,
One who settles at a distance, or away, from others.
refresh,
To make fresh again, to restore strength, spirit, animation, or the like, to relieve from fatigue or depression, to reinvigorate, to enliven anew, to reanimate, as sleep refreshes the body and the mind.
equilibrist,
One who balances himself in natural positions and hazardous movements, a balancer.
perfume,
To fill or impregnate with a perfume, to scent.
glanduliferous,
Bearing glandules.
phlegm,
A freak or whim, also, a falsehood, a lie, an illusory pretext, deception, delusion.
nontispit,
Any neuropterous insect of the genus Montispa, and Elae genera. The larvae feed on plant lice, also used adjectively under Neuroptera.
decimosexto,
A book consisting of sheets, each of which is folded into 16 leaves, hence, indicating, more or less definitely, the size of book, usually written 16 mo or 16 degrees.
achromatically,
In an achromatic manner.
intussusception,
The reception of one part within another.
wellhevel,
The open space left beyond the ends of the steps of a staircase.
Robbery.
The crime of robbing, the inspissated juice of ripe fruit, obtained by evaporation of the juice over a fire till it acquires the consistence of a syrup. It is sometimes mixed with honey or sugar.
Attire.
The internal parts of a flower, included within the calyx and the corolla.
Connascency.
That which is born or produced with another.
Angle.
A name given to 4 of the 12 astrological houses.
Elytrinc.
The segment of the body of an insect to which the wings are attached, the thorax.
File.
The line, wire, or other contrivance by which papers are put and kept in order.
Dot.
To rest, as upon an ultimate support, to be based or grounded, usually with on or upon.
Root.
To be firmly fixed, to be established.
Cantilever.
A projecting beam, truss, or bridge supported at the outer end, one which overhangs.
Ectethmoid.
External to the ethmoid, prefrontal.
Interpenetrate.
To penetrate each the other. To penetrate between bodies or their parts.
Preside epiphysis.
An anterior side epiphysis.
Freeholder.
The possessor of a freehold.
Dumbness.
The quality or state of being dumb, muteness, silence, inability to speak.
Trematode.
One of the trematidia, also used adjectively.
Naufragus.
Causing shipwreck.
Crossstaff.
A surveyor's instrument for measuring offsets.
Meter.
A line above or below hanging net to which the net is attached in order to strengthen Italian.
Goiter.
An enlargement of the thyroid gland on the anterior part of the neck, bronchosal. It is frequently associated with cretinism and is most common in mountainous regions, especially in certain parts of Switzerland.
Separable.
Capable of being succored or assisted, admitting of relief.
Air stove.
A stove for heating a current of air which is directed against its surface by means of pipes, and then distributed through a building.
Breakbone fever.
A specific epidemic disease attended with high fever, cutaneous eruption, and severe pains in the head and limbs, resembling those of rheumatism, called also breakbone fever. It occurs in India, Egypt, the West Indies, etc., is of short duration, and rarely fatal.
Attend.
to be present with, to accompany, to be united or consequent to, as, a measure attended with ill effects.
uphold,
To keep erect, to support, to sustain, to keep from falling, to maintain.
spurious,
Not legitimate, bastard, as, spurious issue.
cheroma,
That part of the baths and gymnasia in which bathers and wrestlers anointed themselves.
pyx,
A box used in the British Mint as a place of deposit for certain simple coins taken for a trial of the weight and thinness of metal before it is sent from the mint.
brills,
The hair on the eyelids of a horse.
black book,
A book of admiralty law, of the highest authority, compiled in the reign of Edward III.
healer,
A cock that strikes well with his heels or spurs.
severs ware,
Porcelain manufactured at Severs, France, especially in the national factory situated there.
yaffle,
The European green woodpecker picus, /genius, viridis, it is noted for its loud lack-like note, called also echo, huol, hi-ho, laughing bird, popinge, rainbird, yaffil, yaffler, yaffingal, yapingal, yackle, and wood.
half-hatch,
Imperfectly hatched, as half-hatched eggs.
columned,
Having columns.
chaplain,
Any person, clergyman or layman, chosen to conduct religious exercises for a society, etc., as a chaplain of a Masonic or a temperance lodge.
scrog,
A stunted shrub, bush, or branch.
widely,
In a wide manner, to a wide degree or extent, far, extensively, as the gospel was widely disseminated by the apostles.
proximity,
The quality or state of being next in time, place, causation, influence, etc., immediate nearness, either in place, blood, or alliance.
burger,
A member of that party, among the Scotch seceders, which asserted the lawfulness of the Burgess oath in which burgesses profess the true religion professed within the realm, the opposite party being called anti-burghers.
callus,
The material of repair in fractures of bone, a substance exuded at the site of fracture, which is at first soft or cartilaginous in consistence, but is ultimately converted into true bone and unites the fragments into a single piece.
centrifugens,
The property or quality of being centrifugal.
communication,
A trope, by which a speaker assumes that his hearer is a partner in his sentiments, and says we, instead of I or you.
strategetical,
of or pertaining to strategy, effected by artifice.
conceit,
A fanciful, odd, or extravagant notion, a quaint fancy, an unnatural or affected conception, a witty thought or turn of expression, a fanciful device, a whim, a quip.
reject,
To refuse to receive or to acknowledge, to decline haughtily or harshly, to repudiate.
hubner,
A mineral of brownish-black color, occurring in columnar or foliated masses. It is native manganese tungstate.
bald head,
A person whose head is bald.
until,
To, up to, till. Before, used of time, as, he stayed until evening. He will not come back until the end of the month.
paracentesis,
The perforation of the cavity of the body with a trocar, aspirator, or other suitable instrument, for the evacuation of effuse fluid, pus, or gas, tapping.
partnership,
A division or sharing among partners, joint possession or interest.
illimitable,
Incapable of being limited or bounded, immeasurable, limitless, boundless, as illimitable space.
alloxan,
An oxidation product of uric acid, it is of a pale reddish color, readily soluble in water or alcohol.
toniness,
The quality or state of being tawny.
extractive,
Capable of being extracted.
palm,
A metallic disc, attached to a strap, and worn the palm of the hand, used to push the needle through the canvas, in sewing sails, etc.
example,
An instance serving for illustration of a rule or precept, especially a problem to be solved, or a case to be determined, as an exercise in the application of the rules of any study or branch of science, as in trigonometry and grammar. The principles and rules are illustrated by examples.
pluralize,
To hold more than one benefice at the same time.
enthrall,
To reduce to bondage or servitude. To make a thrall, slave, vassal, or captive of, to enslave.
jacksmith,
A smith who makes jacks, a large tree. The Artocarpus integrifolia, common in the East Indies, closely allied to the breadfruit, from which it differs in having its leaves entire. The fruit is of great size, weighing from 30 to 40 pounds, and through its soft fibrous matter are scattered the seeds, which are roasted and eaten. The wood is of a yellow color, fine grained, and rather heavy, and is much used in cabin work. It is also used for dyeing a brilliant yellow.
chancre,
A venereal sore or ulcer, specifically, the initial lesion of true syphilis, whether forming a distinct ulcer or not, called also hard chancre. Ingrated chancre, and Hunterian chancre.
Oculephans.
One of the oculef.
Bur.
The lobe or lap of the ear.
Grained.
Painted or stained in imitation of the grain of wood, marble, etc.
Distant.
Indistinct, faint, obscure, as from distance.
Engravement.
Engraved work.
Monkey's puzzle.
A lofty coniferous Chilean tree or Roccaria imbricata, the branches of which are so crowded and intertwisted as to puzzle a monkey to climb. The edible nuts are over an inch long, and are called payon by the Chileans.
Miniating.
Present participle and verbal noun of miniate, to paint or tint with red lead or vermilion, also, to decorate with letters, or the like, painted red, as the page of a manuscript.
Answer.
To be or act in return.
Jumper.
A loose upper garment.
Lotto.
A game of chance, played with cards, on which are inscribed numbers, and any contrivance as a wheel containing numbered balls, for determining a set of numbers by chance, the player holding a card having on it the set of numbers drawn from the wheel takes the stakes after a certain percentage of them has been deducted for the dealer. A variety of lotto is called keno.
Tellership.
The office or employment of a teller.
Miss.
To fail of hitting, reaching, getting, finding, seeing, hearing, etc. As, to miss the mark one shoots at, to miss the train by being late, to miss opportunities of getting knowledge, to miss the point or meaning of something said.
Cheat.
An act of deception or fraud, that which is the means of fraud or deception, a fraud, a trick, imposition, imposture. Punch. A tool, usually of steel, variously shaped at one end for different uses, and either solid, for stamping or for perforating holes in metallic plates and other substances, or hollow and sharp-edged, for cutting out blanks, as for buttons, steel pens, jewelry, and the like, a die.
Balsam.
An annual garden plant impatiens balsamina, with beautiful flowers, balsamine.
Itinerated.
Imperfect and past participle of itinerate, to wander without a settled habitation, to travel from place or on a circuit, particularly for the purpose of preaching, lecturing, etc.
Journeyman.
Formerly, a man hired to work by the day, now, commonly, one who has mastered a handicraft or trade, distinguished from apprentice and from master workman.
Astrologer.
One who studies the stars, an astronomer.
Caledonite.
The hydrous sulfate of copper and lead, found in some parts of Caledonia or Scotland.
Catheterize.
To operate on with a catheter.
Rector.
The superior officer or chief of a convent or religious house, and among the Jesuits the superior of a house that is a seminary or college.
Draw.
To trace by scent, to track, a hunting term.
Cutter.
A foretooth, an incisor.
Ilar.
Pertaining to, or having, wings.
Diaphaned.
Transparent or translucent.
Flash.
A loud noise resulting from collision, a noisy collision of bodies, a collision.
Overtake.
Hence, figuratively, in the past participle overtaken, drunken.
Daw.
To daunt, to terrify.
Sermon.
Specifically, a discourse delivered in public, usually by a clergyman, for the purpose of religious instruction and grounded on some text or passage of Scripture.
Washerwoman.
A woman who washes clothes, especially for hire, or for others.
Pricking.
The driving of a nail into a horse's foot so as to produce lameness.
Carnalize.
To make carnal, to debase to carnality.
Marmorian.
Pertaining to, or resembling, marble, made of marble.
Narrow.
Scrutinizing in detail. Close, accurate, exact.
Impostress.
A woman who imposes upon or deceives others.
Play game.
Play of children.
Wizen.
Wizened, thin, weazen, withered.
Interconnect.
To join together.
Paraphrasion.
A paraphraser.
Intern.
To turn in a reserved way, especially so as to open something, as to turn a key.
Tread.
A bruise or abrasion produced on the foot or ankle of a horse that interferes, to come in collision, to be in opposition, to clash, as interfering claims, or commands.
Chandelier.
A movable parapet serving to support fascines to cover pioneers.
Chicane.
The use of artful subterfuge designed to draw away attention from the merits of a case or question, specifically applied to legal proceedings, trickery, chicanery, cavilling, sophistry.
Subtle.
Smooth and deceptive.
sheathed,
made of straw,
dyslanderous,
slanderous,
respireless,
without respite,
xanthophanes,
the yellow pigment present in the inner segments of the retina in animals, a general name for the several coloring matters, red, green, yellow, etc., present in the inner segments in the cones of the retina, held in solution by fats, and slowly decolorized by light, distinct from the photochemical pigments of the rods of the retina.
chronographic,
Of or pertaining to chronograph,
incredulous,
indicating or caused by disbelief or incredulity.
trochee,
Any one of numerous species of marine univalve shells belonging to Trochus and many allied genera of the family Trochid. Some of the species are called also topshells.
scimitar,
A long-handled billhook, a thick, heavy knife with a hooked point, used in pruning hedges, etc. When it has a short handle, it is sometimes called a handbill. When the handle is long, a hedge bill or scimitar.
xanthan,
A crystalline nitrogenous body closely related to both uric acid and hypoxanthin, present in muscle tissue, and occasionally found in the urine and in some urinary calculi. It is also present in guano, so called from the yellow color of certain of its salts nitrates.
interseminate,
To sow between or among.
cyprine,
Of or pertaining to the cypress.
notion,
An invention, an ingenious device, a knick-knack, as Yankee notions.
corradiation,
A conjunction or concentration of rays in one point.
light-hearted,
Free from grief or anxiety, gay, cheerful, merry.
archegonial,
Relating to the archegonium.
superplant,
A plant growing on another, as the mistletoe, an epiphyte.
lace bark,
A shrub in the West Indies, Lagetiantria, so called from the lace-like layers of its inner bark.
warrant,
That which attests or proves, a voucher.
shrike,
Any one of numerous species of osinine birds of the family Linnaeid, having a strong hooked bill, toothed at the tip. Most shrikes are insectivorous, but the common European gray shrike Lanius excubitor, the great northern shrike Latin borealis, and several others, kill mice, small birds, etc., and often impale them on thorns, and are, on that account, called also butcher birds, one who slaughters animals, or dresses their flesh for market, one whose occupation it is to kill animals for food.
neglected,
Imperfect and past participle of neglect. omission of proper attention, avoidance or disregard of duty, from heedlessness, indifference, or willfulness, failure to do, use, or heed anything, culpable disregard, as neglect of business, of health, of economy.
Play day.
A day given to play or diversion, a holiday.
Straight waistcoat.
A dress of strong materials for restraining maniacs or those who are violently delirious. It has long sleeves, which are closed at the ends, confining the hands, and may be tied behind the back.
Carburetor.
An apparatus in which coal gas, hydrogen, or air is passed through or over a volatile hydrocarbon in order to confer or increase illuminating power.
Wep.
Imperative of wheat.
Unliquored.
Not in liquor, not intoxicated, sober.
Active.
Applied to all verbs that express action as distinct from mere existence or state.
Flatulence.
The state or quality of being flatulent.
Touchiness.
The quality or state of being touchy.
Johnny cake.
A kind of bread made of the meal of maize Indian corn, mixed with water or milk, etc., and baked.
Fibulated.
Made of potter's clay, molded, shape.
Glossarius.
A writer of glosses or of a glossary, a commentator, a scholiast.
Particle.
A crumb or little piece of consecrated host.
Lobby.
An apartment or passageway in the forepart of an old-fashioned cabin under the quarter-deck.
Knowledging.
The act or state of knowing, clear perception of fact, truth, or duty, certain apprehension, familiar cognizance, cognition.
Nymph slash.
Two folds of mucous membrane within the labia at the opening of the vulva.
Substantialness.
The quality or state of being substantial, as the substantialness of a wall or column.
Parade.
To make an exhibition or spectacle of oneself, as by walking in a public place.
Epigrammatic.
Suitable to epigrams, belonging to epigrams, like an epigram, pointed, piquant, as epigrammatic style, wit, or sallies of fancy.
Stump.
To strike, as the toes, against a stone or something fixed, to stub.
Superior.
More comprehensive, as a term in classification, as a genus is superior to a species.
Upshot.
Final issue, conclusion, the sum and substance, the end, the result, the consummation.
Albin,
Scotland, especially the Highlands of Scotland.
Singe,
To remove the hair or down from a plucked chicken or the like, by passing it over a flame.
30,
The sum of 3 tenths, or 20 and 10, 30 units or objects.
Slaughter,
A device attached to mowing machine for raising the uncut fallen grain and marking the limit of the swath.
firm,
To fix or direct with firmness.
fluor,
A fluid state.
grasp,
Wide-reaching power of intellect to comprehend subjects and hold them under survey.
extend,
To hold out or reach forth, as the arm or hand.
footway,
A passage for pedestrians only.
topper,
A tabber.
fear,
A painful emotion or passion excited by the expectation of evil, or the apprehension of impending danger, apprehension, anxiety, solicitude, alarm, dread.
truck,
The practice of paying wages in goods instead of money, called also truck system.
footed,
Having a foothold, established.
glyoxime,
A white, crystalline, nitrogenous substance, produced by the action of hydroxylamine on glyoxyl, and belonging to the class of oximes. Also, any one of the group of substances resembling glyoxime proper, and of which it is a type, one of a series of isonitroso derivatives obtained by the action of hydroxylamine on aldehydes or ketones.
pantelegraph,
An apparatus, or process, for communicating intelligence rapidly between distant points, especially by means of preconcerted visible or audible signals representing words or ideas, or by means of words and signs, transmitted by electrical action.
devolution,
The act of rolling down.
dislocular,
Having 10 cells for seeds.
disimpassioned,
Free from warmth of passion or feeling.
agrize,
To terrify, to fright.
prepayment,
Payment in advance.
proletary,
A citizen of the lowest class, who serve the state not with property, but only by having children, hence, a common person.
priest,
One who is authorized to consecrate the host and to say Mass, but especially, one of the lowest order possessing this power.
fear,
A consort, husband or wife, a companion, a fear.
session,
as sowing or planting,
shambling,
an awkward, irregular day,
intrinsicality,
the quality of being intrinsic, essentialness, genuineness, reality,
self-centered,
centered in itself, or in oneself,
pot lid,
the lid or cover of a pot,
vit,
one of the oil tubes in the fruit of umbelliferous plants,
subclass,
one of the natural groups, more important than an order, into which some classes are divided, as the angiospermous subclass of exogens.
marm,
Any rodent of the genus Arctomys, the common European marmot Marmota, is about the size of a rabbit and inhabits the higher regions of the Alps and Pyrenees. The bowback is another European species. The common American species Anomonax is the woodchuck.
conveyable,
Capable of being conveyed or transferred.
intermediate,
A short musical dramatic piece of a light and pleasing, sometimes a burlesque, character, an interlude introduced between the acts of a play or an opera.
Alexandrian,
A kind of verse consisting in English of 12 syllables.
thraldom,
The condition of a thrall, slavery, bondage, state of servitude.
sprinkle,
To scatter a liquid or any fine substance so that it may fall in particles.
spatangus,
A genus of heart-shaped sea urchins belonging to the Spatangoidea.
dustman,
One whose employment is to remove dirt and diffuse.
job,
To strike or stab with a pointed instrument.
water hog,
The capybara.
humane,
Having the feelings and inclinations creditable to man, having a disposition to treat other human beings or animals with kindness, kind, benevolent.
Russophile,
One who, not being a Russian, favors Russian policy and aggrandizement.
hematitic,
Of or pertaining to hematite, or resembling Italian.
important,
Full of, or burdened by, import, charged with great interests, restless, anxious.
hospitaller,
One of an order of knights who built a hospital at Jerusalem for pilgrims. No, died 1042. They were called Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, and after the removal of the order to Malta, Knights of Malta.
anthropopathism,
The ascription of human feelings or passions to God, or to polytheistic deity. one of the series of boilers in which the cane juice is treated in making sugar, especially the last boiler of the series.
Secondary.
A secondary circle.
Septuagenary.
A septuagenarian.
Fresh.
Youthful, florid, as these fresh nymphs.
Drag.
The difference between the speed of a screw steamer under sail and that of the screw when the ship outruns the screw, or between the propulsive effects of the different floats of a paddle wheel. An official summons or notice given to a person to appear, the paper containing such summons or notice, under drag, CI.
Muscatel.
A common name for several varieties of rich sweet wine, made in Italy, Spain, and France.
Tower.
A mass of building standing alone and insulated, usually higher than its diameter, but when of great size not always of that proportion.
Re.
Revenge, vengeance, furious passion, resentment.
Strain.
To squeeze, to press closely.
Observatory.
A place or building for making observations on the heavenly bodies.
Licensing.
Present participle and verbal noun of license. Authority or liberty given to do or forbear any act, especially a formal permission from the proper authorities to perform certain acts or to carry on a certain business, which without such permission would be illegal. The grant of permission, as a license to preach, to practice medicine, to sell gunpowder or intoxicating liquors.
Male shell.
A chitin.
Trumpy.
The Richardson's Scostercarius parasiticus.
Fasciculus.
A little bundle. A fascicle.
Ingrain.
To incorporate with the grain or texture of anything, to infuse deeply, to work into the natural texture or into the mental or moral constitution of, to stain, to saturate, to imbue, to infix deeply.
Panama.
A fine plaited hat made in Central America of the young leaves of the plant Carlotivica pallida.
Desuetude.
The cessation of use, disuse, discontinuance of practice, custom, or fashion.
Xanthidium.
A genus of minute unicellular algae of the desmids. These algae have a rounded shape and are armed with glochidae or branched oculi. Several species occur in ditches, and others are found fossil in flint or hornstone.
Punishable.
Deserving of, or liable to, punishment, capable of being punished by law or right, set of person or offenses.
Motley.
A combination of distinct colors, especially the party-colored cloth, or clothing worn by the professional fool.
Fixing.
Present participle and verbal noun of fix, to put in order, to arrange, to dispose of, to adjust, to set to rights, to set or place in the manner desired or most suitable. Hence, to repair, as, to fix the clothes, to fix the furniture of a room.
Suasory.
An undersizar, a student of lower rank than a sizar.
Train.
To draw by persuasion, artifice, or the like, to attract by stratagem, to entice, to allure.
Sumac.
Any plant of the genus Ris, shrubs or small trees with usually compound leaves and clusters of small flowers. Some of the species are used in tanning, some in dyeing, and some in medicine. 1. The Japanese Ris vernicifera yields the celebrated Japan varnish or lacquer.
Secular.
Pertaining to an age, or the progress of ages, or to a long period of time, accomplished in a long progress of time, as secular inequality, the secular refrigeration of the globe.
Wickedly.
In a wicked manner, in a manner, or with motives and designs, contrary to the divine law or the law of morality, viciously, corruptly, immorally.
Appalment.
Depression occasioned by terror, dismay.
Emphasis.
A peculiar impressiveness of expression or weight of thought, vivid representation, enforcing assent, as, to dwell on a subject with great emphasis.
Pliancy.
The quality or state of being pliant in sense, as, the pliancy of a rod.
Pingulation.
That which is congealed.
Artful.
Cunning, disposed to cunning indirectness of dealing, crafty, as, an artful boy, the usual sense.
Exercise.
The act of exercising, the setting in action or practicing, employment in the proper mode of activity, exertion, application, use, habitual activity, occupation, in general, practice.
Phosphorescing.
Present participle and verbal noun of phosphorus, to shine as phosphorus, to be phosphorescent, to emit a phosphoric light.
Allay.
Any combination or compound of metals fused together, a mixture of metals, for example, brass, which is an alloy of copper and zinc, but when mercury is one of the metals, the compound is called an amalgam.
Nopern.
A kind of gall produced by a gall fly on the cup of an acorn, used in tanning and dyeing.
Dendipra.
A little fellow, in sport or contempt.
Thoughtful.
Anxious, solicitous, concerned.
No calories.
A plantation of the nopal for raising the cochineal insect.
Troilite.
Native iron protosulfide, iron sulfide. It is known only in meteoric irons, and is usually in embedded nodular masses of a bronze color.
Perligate.
The deputy or substitute for
Ectal.
pertaining to, or situated near, the surface, outer, opposed to ental.
Faeces.
Any siphonophore which has an air sac for a float, as the physalia.
Skull.
The head or brain, the seat of intelligence, mind.
Strict.
Strained, drawn close, tight, as, a strict embrace, a strict ligature.
Calends.
The first day of each month in the ancient Roman calendar.
Pioxanthos.
A greenish-yellow crystalline coloring matter found with peucyanin in pus.
Turtle.
To take part in trolling a song.
Sphygmic.
Of or pertaining to the pulse.
Stunned.
Stop, halt, hindrance.
Adnate.
Growing together, said only of organic cohesion of unlike parts.
Foothill.
A low hill at the foot of higher hills or mountains.
Bryological.
Relating to bryology, as bryological studies.
Pythiad.
The period intervening between one celebration of the Pythian Games and the next.
Contradictory.
Propositions with the same terms, but opposed to each other both in quality and quantity.
Purser.
Colloquially, any paymaster or cashier.
Syrian.
Of or pertaining to Syria, Syriac.
Agonize.
To struggle, to wrestle, to strive desperately.
Encroach.
The act of entering gradually or silently upon the rights or possessions of another, unlawful intrusion.
Above.
Surpassing in number or quantity, more than, as, above 100, passing into the adverbial sense, in or to higher place, higher than, on or over the upper surface, over, opposed to below or beneath, adv.
Kynange.
Any disease of the tonsils, throat, or windpipe, attended with inflammation, swelling, and difficulty of breathing and swallowing.
Fur.
A trickly fellow, a cheat.
Bicorn.
Having two horns, two-horned, crescent-like.
Elgin marbles.
Greek sculptures in the British Museum. They were obtained at Athens, about 1811, by Lord Elgin.
Kippering.
Present participle and verbal noun of kipper. A salmon split open, salted, and dried or smoked, so called because salmon after spawning were usually so cured, not being good when fresh.
Smolder.
To smother, to suffocate, to choke.
Capon.
A castrated cock, especially when fattened, a male chicken gelded to improve his flesh for the table.
Bilection.
That portion of the group of moldings which projects beyond the general surface of a panel. A bilection.
Phrygonide.
Any insect belonging to the Phrygonides.
Common.
To participate.
Dravida.
A race of Hindustan, believed to be the original people who occupied the land before the Hindu or Aryan invasion.
Panther.
In America, the name is applied to the puma or cougar, and sometimes to the jaguar.
Pay.
An equivalent or return for money due, goods purchased, or services performed, salary or wages for work or service, compensation, recompense, payment, hire, as, the pay of a clerk, the pay of a soldier.
Typical.
Of the nature of a type, representing something by a form, model, or resemblance, emblematic, prefigurative.
Slighty.
Not decidedly marked, not forcible, inconsiderable, unimportant, insignificant, not severe, weak, gentle, applied in a great variety of circumstances, as, a slight that is, feeble, effort, a slight that is, perishable, structure, a slight that is, not deep, impression, a slight that is, not convincing, argument, a slight that is, not thorough, examination, slight that is, not severe, pain, and the like.
Metropolitan.
An archbishop.
Negrosine.
A dark blue diastuff of the Indulan group, called also zodiphonal blue.
Pistoling.
Present participle and verbal noun of pistol. The smallest firearm used, intended to be fired from one hand, now of many patterns, and bearing a great variety of names of revolver.
Accident.
A point or mark which may be retained or omitted in a coat of arms.
Rough.
To hit as the prey, without fixing Italian.
Crab.
A machine used in ropeworks to stretch the yarn.
Adulterated.
Imperfect and past participle of adulterate, to corrupt, debase, or make impure by an admixture of a foreign or a baser substance, as, to adulterate food, drink, drugs, coin, etc.
Eophyte.
A fossil plant which is found in the lowest beds of the Silurian age.
Disclaiming.
Present participle and verbal noun of disclaim. To relinquish or deny having a claim. To disavow an author's claim. To decline accepting, as an estate, interest, or office.
Spied.
Imperfect and past participle of spy, a person sent secretly into an enemy's camp, territory, or fortifications, to inspect his works, ascertain his strength, movements, or designs, and to communicate such intelligence to the proper officer.
Thwarting.
Present participle and verbal noun of thwart, to cross, as a purpose, to oppose, to run counter to contravene, hence, to frustrate or defeat.
Cruenty.
Smeared with blood,
Toes.
to tease, or comb, as will.
Winglet.
A little wing, a very small wing.
Tartaric.
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an anhydride, C4H4O5, of tartaric acid, obtained as a white crystalline deliquescent substance.
Liquid.
Pronounced without any jar or harshness, smooth, as, L and R are liquid letters.
Put.
To lay down, to give up, to surrender.
Some.
Certain, those of one part or portion, indistinct from other or others, as, some men believe one thing, and others another.
Demi-cover.
A note of half the length of the quaver, a semi-cover.
Impurity.
The condition or quality of being impure in any sense, defilement, foulness, adulteration.
Sin.
Plural of sea.
Wenish.
Having the nature of a wen, resembling a wen, as a wenish excrescence.
Ashame.
To shame.
Multi-purpose.
Producing many, or more than one, at a birth.
Bilberry.
The European Ortolberry vaccinium myrtillus, also, its edible bluish-black fruit.
Endogenous.
Originating from within, increasing by internal growth.
Deprivable.
Capable of being, or liable to be, deprived, liable to be deposed.
Stumble.
To trip in walking or in moving in any way with the legs, to strike the foot so as to fall, or to endanger a fall, to stagger because of a false step.
Real.
Kingly, pertaining to the crown or the sovereign, suitable for a king or queen, regal, as, royal power or prerogative, royal domains, the royal family, royal state.
quenchable,
capable of being quenched.
Galleria,
A genus of ericaceous shrubs with evergreen foliage, and, often, edible berries. It includes the American wintergreen Galleria procumens, and the larger fruited salal of northwestern America Galleria shallon.
Raspatorium,
A surgeon's rasp.
faeces,
That portion of the interior of a spiral shell which can be seen by looking into the aperture.
devoutly,
Sincerely, solemnly, earnestly.
lumbricus,
A genus of annelids, belonging to the Oligochaeta, and including the common earthworms, any worm of the genus Lumbricus and allied genera, found in damp soil. One of the largest and most abundant species in Europe and America is Latin terrestris. Many others are known, called also angleworm and dewworm.
daring,
Present participle and verbal noun of dare, to have adequate or sufficient courage for any purpose, to be bold or venturesome, not to be afraid, to venture.
erbium,
A rare metallic element associated with several other rare elements in the mineral gadoliniite from Ytterby in Sweden, symbol erbium. Atomic weight 165.9. Its salts are rose-colored and give characteristic spectra. Its sesquioxide is called erbia.
fly,
A vibrating frame with fingers, attached to power printing press for doing the same work.
sitting,
The act or time of sitting, as to portrait painter, photographer, etc.
navel string,
The umbilical cord,
feeling,
the capacity of the soul for emotional states, a high degree of susceptibility to emotions or states of the sensibility not dependent on the body, as a man of feeling, a man destitute of feeling.
campion,
A plant of the pink family Cucubolus spathiferus, bearing berries regarded as poisonous.
diaper,
A towel or napkin for wiping the hands, etc.
ruinous,
Characterized by ruined, dilapidated, as an edifice, bridge, or wall in a ruinous state.
dyer,
One whose occupation is to dye cloth and the like.
illegalize,
To make or declare illegal or unlawful.
recommencement,
A commencement made anew.
roppy,
Capable of being drawn into a thread, as a glutinous substance, stringy, viscous, tenacious, glutinous, as roppy syrup, roppy lees.
policy,
A ticket or warrant for money in the public funds.
Precisionism,
The quality or state of being a precision, the practice of a precision.
Narwhal.
An Arctic cetacean mountain monoceros, about 20 feet long. The male usually has one long, twisted, pointed canine tooth, or tusk projecting forward from the upper jaw like a horn, whence it is called also sea unicorn, unicorn fish, and unicorn whale. Sometimes two horns are developed, side by side.
Zocalo.
A plain block or plinth forming a low pedestal. Any base, especially the base of a statue, column, or the like, in classical architecture, a vertically faced member immediately below the circular base of a column, also the lowest member of a pedestal. Hence, in general, the lowest member of a base, a sub-base, a block upon which the moldings of an architrave or trim are stopped at the bottom of column.
Entwirl.
Tundus, tundu.
Glary.
Like glare, or partaking of its qualities, covered with layer, viscous and transparent, slimy.
Shroff.
Rubbish, specifically, dross or refuse of metals, obsolete, light, dry wood, or stuff used for fuel.
Bone.
The bos, called also boat bream, a European fish box vulgaris, having a compressed body and bright colors, called also box, and boat.
Kafir.
One of the race inhabiting Kafiristan in Central Asia.
Surnamed.
Imperfect and past participle of surname, name or appellation which is added to, or over and above, the baptismal or Christian name, and becomes a family name.
Heg.
A hedge.
Carcajou.
The wolverine, also applied, but erroneously, to the Canada lynx, and sometimes to the American badger, a nickname for an inhabitant of Michigan.
Daughter.
A son's wife, a daughter-in-law.
Incongelable.
Not congealable, incapable of being congealed.
Consociational.
Of or pertaining to consociation.
Internationally.
In an international manner, from an international point of view.
Spurting.
Present participle and verbal noun of spurt, to throw out, as a liquid, in a stream or jet, to drive or force out with violence, as a liquid from a pipe or small orifice, as, to spurt water from the mouth.
Diagnoses.
The art or act of recognizing the presence of disease from its signs or symptoms, and deciding as to its character. Also, the decision arrived at.
Miseries.
Great unhappiness, extreme pain of body or mind, wretchedness, distress, woe.
Zoological.
of or pertaining to zoology, or the science of animals.
Basta.
Enough, stop.
Trachelodon.
Any one of a tribe of beetles trachelides, which have the head supported on a pedestal. The oil beetles and the cantharides are examples.
Herocomical.
Combining the heroic and the ludicrous, denoting hyburlesque, as a herocomic poem.
Play.
To perform on an instrument of music, as to play on a flute.
Fibrin.
A white, albuminous, fibrous substance, formed in the coagulation of the blood either by decomposition of fibrinogen, or from the union of fibrinogen and paraglobulin which exists separately in the blood. It is insoluble in water, but is readily digestible in gastric and pancreatic juice.
Plowpoint.
A detachable share at the extreme front end of the plow body.
Dustless.
Without dust, as a dustless path.
Mendel.
The cockerel.
Abnormally.
In an abnormal manner, irregularly.
Disimprove.
To grow worse, to deteriorate.
Adelphous.
Having coalescent or clustered filaments, set of stamens, as adelphous stamens, usually in composition, as monadelphous.
Dance.
Imperfect and past participle of dance, to move with measured steps, or to musical accompaniment, to go through, either alone or in company with others, with a regulated succession of movements, commonly, to the sound of music, to trip or leap rhythmically.
Theosophist.
One addicted to theosophy.
Quadrature.
The integral used in obtaining the area bounded by a curve, hence, the definite integral of the product of any function of one variable into the differential of that variable.
Ledge.
A lode, a limited mass of rock bearing valuable mineral.
Audibleness.
The quality of being audible.
Corinthian.
A native or inhabitant of Corinth.
Literalist.
One who adheres to the letter or exact word, an interpreter according to the letter.
Oftentimes.
Frequently, often, many times.
10 o'clock.
A plant, the star of Bethlehem, one of the innumerable luminous bodies seen in the heavens, any heavenly body other than the sun, moon, comets, and nebulae.
Commute.
To pay, or arrange to pay, in gross instead of part by part, as, to commute for a year's travel over a route.
Short-sighted.
Having little wit, not wise, having scanty intellect or judgment.
Systolic.
Capable of, or taking place by, alternate contraction and dilatation, as, the systolic action of the heart.
Affix.
To attach, unite, or connect with, as, names affixed to ideas, or ideas affixed to things, to affix a stigma to a person, to affix ridicule or blame to anyone.
Maiden.
Morning worship or service, morning prayers or songs.
Culver.
A culverin.
Starve.
To deprive of force or vigor, to disable.
Flickering.
Present participle and verbal noun of flicker. The golden-winged woodpecker Calypsyrtus, so called from its spring note, called also yellowhammer, highholder, pigeon woodpecker, and yucca.
Knob.
A knob-like ornament or handle, as the knob of a lock, door, or drawer.
Antistramatic.
A medicine for scrofula.
Renownless.
Without renown, inglorious.
Mystagogue.
Interprets mysteries, especially of a religious kind.
Penguinery.
A breeding place, or rookery, of penguins.
Augustinian.
Of or pertaining to Saint Augustine, Bishop of Hippo in northern Africa before 354 died 430, or to his doctrines.
Brintolid.
An ally.
Adulter.
To commit adultery, to pollute.
Excuse.
To free from accusation, or the imputation of fault or blame, to clear from guilt, to release from a charge, to justify by extenuating a fault, to exculpate, to absolve, to acquit.
Assurance.
Firmness of mind, undoubting, steadiness, intrepidity, courage, confidence, self-reliance.
Phonographer.
One who uses, or is skilled in the use of, the phonograph, an instrument for the mechanical registration and reproduction of audible sounds, as articulate speech, etc. It consists of a rotating cylinder or disc covered with some material easily indented, as tinfoil, wax, paraffin, etc., above which is a thin plate carrying a stylus. As the plate vibrates under the influence of a sound, the stylus makes minute indentations or undulations in the soft material, and these, when the cylinder or disc is again turned, set the plate in vibration, and reproduce the sound.
Lid.
That which covers the opening of a vessel or box, etc., a movable cover, as the lid of a chest or trunk.
Woodland.
Of or pertaining to woods or woodland, living in the forest, sylvan.
Interpellation.
The act of interpelling or interrupting, interruption.
moldy,
overgrown with or containing mold, as moldy cheese or bread.
errorful,
Full of error, wrong.
syncoidian,
Any one of numerous species of lizards of the family Syncid or tribe Syncoidia. The tongue is not extensile. The body and tail are covered with overlapping scales, and the toes are margined. Any one of numerous species of regularly scaled harmless lizards of the family Syncid, common in the warmer parts of all the continents.
pirated,
Imperfect and past participle of pirate, robber on the high seas, one who by open violence takes the property of another on the high seas, especially one who makes it his business to cruise for robbery or plunder, a freebooter on the seas, also one who steals in a harbor.
shelfie,
Full of strata of rock.
archetype,
The original pattern or model of the work, or the model from which a thing is made or formed.
genitive,
Of or pertaining to that case as the second case of Latin and Greek nouns, which expresses source or possession. It corresponds to the possessive case in English.
cabin,
A cottage or small house.
pretend,
To hold before, or put forward, as a cloak or disguise for something else, to exhibit as a veil for something hidden.
tweak,
To tweak.
galloper,
A carriage on which very small guns were formerly mounted, the gun resting on the shafts, without a limber.
frickle,
A bushel basket.
mortify,
To practice penance from religious motives, to deaden desires by religious discipline.
defaulted,
Imperfect and past participle of default, neglect of, or failure to take, some step necessary to secure the benefit of law, as a failure to appear in court at a day assigned, especially of the defendant in a suit when called to make answer, also of jurors, witnesses, etc.
grounden,
Past participle of grind, to wear down, polish, or sharpen, by friction, to make smooth, sharp, or pointed, to whet, as a knife or drill, to rub against one another, as teeth, etc.
damas,
A damask fabric, especially one of linen.
good,
An Arctic fish goddess locust, allied to the cod, called also pout and whiting pout.
ulnar,
Of or pertaining to the ulna, or the elbow, as the ulnar nerve.
stamened,
Furnished with stamens.
interchangeable,
Following each other in alternate succession, as the four interchangeable seasons.
drilling,
a training by repeated exercises,
mirthful,
full of mirth or merriment, merry, as mirthful children,
above,
in or to higher place, higher than, on or over the upper surface, over, opposed to below or beneath,
counterpare,
a kind of pin drill with a cutting edge or edges normal to the axis, used for enlarging a hole, or for forming a flat bottom recess at its mouth.
crucible,
A vessel or melting pot, composed of some very refractory substance, as clay, graphite, platinum, and used for melting and calcining substances which require a strong degree of heat, as metals, ores, etc.
deglutinate,
To loosen or separate by dissolving the glue which unties, to unglue.
pronominical,
Of or pertaining to a pronomen.
autography,
A description of the ear.
duplicative,
Having the quality of subdividing into two by natural growth.
shamble,
One of a succession of niches or platforms, one above another, to hold or which is thrown successively from platform to platform, and thus raised to higher level.
Brazil wood,
A very heavy wood of a reddish color, imported from Brazil and other tropical countries, for cabinet work, and for dyeing. The best is the hardwood of Caesalpinia echinata, a leguminous tree, but other trees also yield Italian. An inferior sort comes from Jamaica, the timber of centigrade. Braziliensis and centigrade Christa. This is often distinguished as Brasiletto, but the better kind is also frequently so named.
manurance,
Cultivation,
chirurgic,
surgical,
absent,
to cut off,
long erasters,
one of the long erasters,
ketone,
the tonic or first tone of the scale in which a piece or passage is written, the fundamental tone of the chord, to which all the modulations of the piece are referred, called also ketone.
arterialized,
Imperfect and past participle of arterialize, to transform, as the venous blood, into arterial blood by exposure to oxygen in the lungs, to make arterial.
pomade,
Hook, bent at the end into a hook, hamus.
clerk,
One employed to keep records or accounts. A scribe, an accountant, as the clerk of a court, a town clerk.
royalties,
Hence commerce, a duty paid by a manufacturer to the owner of a patent or a copyright at a certain rate for each article manufactured, or a percentage paid to the owner of an article by one who hires the use of Italian.
spitchcot,
To split as an eel, lengthwise, and broil it, or fry it in hot fat.
Slush.
To smear with slush or grease, as, to slush a mast.
Sizer.
An instrument or contrivance to size articles, or to determine their size by a standard, or to separate and distribute them according to size.
Interarticular.
Situated between joints or articulations, as interarticular cartilages and ligaments.
Phonographically.
In a phonographic manner, by means of phonograph.
Herself.
An emphasized form of the third-person feminine pronoun, used as a subject with she, as she herself will bear the blame, also used alone in the predicate, either in the nominative or objective case, as it is herself, she blames herself.
Schooner.
Originally, a small, sharp-built vessel, with two masts and fore and aft rig. Sometimes it carried square topsails on one or both masts and was called a topsail schooner. About 1840, longer vessels with three masts, fore and aft rig, came into use, and since that time vessels with four masts and even with six masts, so rigged, are built. Schooners with more than two masts are designated three-masted schooners, four-masted schooners, etc. The act of illustrating, the act of making clear and distinct, education, also, the state of being illustrated, or of being made clear and distinct, in appendix.
Physics.
The science of nature, or of natural objects, that branch of science which treats of the laws and properties of matter, and the forces acting upon it, especially that department of natural science which treats of the causes as gravitation, heat, light, magnetism, electricity, etc., that modify the general properties of bodies, natural philosophy.
Bow compass.
A pair of compasses, with a bow or arch plate riveted to one of the legs, and passing through the other.
Ulula.
A genus of owls including the great gray owl Ulula cinerea, of Arctic America, and other similar species of owl.
Stir.
Imperative of start, C-I-N-D.
Fagas.
A tile or flagstone cut into an hexagonal shape to produce a honeycomb pattern, as in a pavement, called also favas and secula.
Bergander.
A European duck Anas tadorna, any one of several species of large Old World ducks of the genus Tadorna and allied genera, especially the European and Asiatic species D. cornuta/tadorna, which somewhat resembles a goose in form and habit, but breeds in burrows.
Outkench.
To quench entirely, to extinguish.
Manufactory.
Pertaining to manufacturing.
Shindy.
An uproar or disturbance, a spree, row, riot.
Gilly,
in a giddy manner.
slide,
The descent of a mass of earth, rock, or snow down a hill or mountainside, as a landslide or a snowslide. Also, the track of bare rock left by a landslide.
in entice,
Between and set of a portico in classical style, where columns are set between two and, forming the angles of the building, a species of pier produced by thickening a wall at its termination, treated architecturally as a pilaster, with capital and base.
dome,
A kind of base of which the ward is cotton and the weft woolen.
folio,
A leaf of a book or manuscript.
lingue,
A median process of the labium, at the underside of the mouth in insects, and serving as a tongue.
grambri,
Necromancy, magic.
freedom,
A strait, or arm of the sea.
advertiser,
One who, or that which, advertises.
satire,
To saturate.
fit,
To make fit or suitable. To adapt to the purpose intended. To qualify. To put into a condition of readiness or preparation.
preluding,
Present participle and verbal noun of prelude, an introductory performance, preceding and preparing for the principal matter, a preliminary part, movement, strain, etc., especially must, a strain introducing the theme or chief subject, a movement introductory to a fugue, yet independent, with recent composers often synonymous with overture.
hallux,
The first, or prexile, digit of the hind limb, corresponding to the pollex in the forelimb, the great toe, the hind toe of birds.
typology,
The art of, or method for, assisting the memory by associating the thing or subject to be remembered with some place.
irresilient,
Not resilient, not recoiling or rebounding, inelastic.
subtleties,
The quality or state of being subtle, or sly, cunning, craftiness, artfulness.
phytography,
The science of describing plants in a systematic manner, also, a description of plants.
deformity,
Anything that destroys beauty, grace, or propriety, irregularity, absurdity, gross deviation from order or the established laws of propriety, as deformity in an edifice, deformity of character.
brachial,
A lewd, dissolute fellow, a debauchee, a rake.
noseless,
Destitute of a nose.
yawn,
The yaws, a disease, occurring in the Antilles and in Africa, characterized by yellowish or reddish tumors. of a contagious character, which, in shape and appearance, often resemble currants, strawberries, or raspberries. There are several varieties of this disease, variously known as framboesa, pion, vergas, and crapules.
Pomelo.
A thin spherical glass retort or flask, used in the sublimation of camphor.
Course.
Motion, considered as to its general or resultant direction or to its goal, line progress or advance.
Spider's web.
The silken web which is formed by most kinds of spiders, particularly the web spun to entrap their prey. Any one of numerous species of arachnids comprising the order Arachnia. Spiders have the mandibles converted into poison fangs, or falcers. The abdomen is large and not segmented, with 2 or 3 pairs of spinnerets near the end, by means of which they spin threads of silk to form cocoons, or nests, to protect their eggs and young. Many species spin also complex webs to entrap the insects upon which they prey. The eyes are usually 8 in number, rarely 6, and are situated on the back of the cephalothorax under arena.
Disciplined.
Imperfect and past participle of discipline, to accustom to regular and systematic action, to bring under control so as to act systematically, to train to act together under orders, to teach subordination to form habit of obedience in, to drill.
Exorbitant.
Not comprehended in a settled rule or method, anomalous.
Resumed.
Imperfect and past participle of resume, to begin again, to recommence, as something which has been interrupted, as, to resume an argument or discourse.
Sophists.
One of a certain order of religious men in Persia.
Stylogalmaic.
Performing the office of columns, as, Atlantes and caryatides are stylogalmaic figures or images.
Smock frock.
A coarse frock, or shirt, worn over the other dress, as by farm laborers.
Sextant.
The sixth part of a circle.
Guide.
The leather strap by which the shield of night was slung across the shoulder, or across the neck and shoulder.
Held.
Not to give way, not to part or become separated, to remain unbroken or unsubdued.
Podura.
Any small leaping isonerous insect of the genus Podura and related genera, a springtail.
Ring neck.
Having a well-defined ring of color around the neck.
Yukiach.
Parched Indian corn, pounded up and mixed with sugar, called also yokiach.
Engrosser.
One who copies a writing in large, fair characters.
Melting.
Causing to melt, becoming melted, used literally or figuratively, as a melting heat, a melting appeal, a melting mood.
Safflow.
The safflower.
Interpale.
To place pales between or among, to separate by pales.
Constricted.
Contracted or compressed so as to be smaller in certain places or parts than in others.
Reserve.
Hence, to keep in store for future or special use, to withhold from present use for another purpose or time, to keep, to retain.
Extravagation.
The wandering beyond limits, excess.
Resuscitation.
The act of resuscitating, or state of being resuscitated.
Portman.
An inhabitant or burgess of a port, especially of one of the Cinque Ports.
Tonnage.
The cubical content or burden of a vessel, or vessels, in tons, or the amount of weight which one or several vessels may carry, a certain weight or quantity of merchandise, with reference to transportation as freight, as 600 weight of shipbread in casks, 700 weight in bags, 800 weight in bulk, 10 bushels of potatoes, 8 sacks, or 10 barrels, of flour, 40 cubic feet of rough, or 50 cubic feet of hewn timber, etc.
Candify.
To make or become white or candied.
Helpless.
Unsupplied, destitute, with of.
Beast-like.
Like a beast.
Cold way.
A kind of coarse bagging, used for coal sacks.
Low.
The lowest trump, usually the deuce, the lowest trump dealt or drawn.
Trapezohedron.
A tetrahedral solid of the hexagonal system, bounded by 6 trapezoidal planes. The faces of this form are common on quartz crystals.
Subdue.
To reduce the intensity or degree of, to tone down, to soften, as, to subdue the brilliancy of colors.
Neckwear.
A collective term for cravats, collars, etc.
Animadverting.
Present participle and verbal noun of animadvert, to consider or remark by way of criticism or censure, to express censure, with on or upon.
Diagonal.
Diagonal, diametrical, hence diametrically opposed.
Materius.
Hence, pertaining to, or affecting, the physical nature of man, as distinguished from the mental or moral nature, relating to the bodily wants, interests, and comforts.
Accent.
The expressive emphasis and shading of a passage.
Curl.
To deck with, or as with, curls, to ornament.
Quintuple.
to make fivefold, or 5 times as much or many.
Moonlight.
Occurring during or by moonlight, characterized by moonlight.
T-iron.
The 20th letter of the English alphabet is a non-vocal consonant. With the letter H it forms a digraph TH, which has two distinct sounds, as in thin, then, as sign of the infinitive, to had originally the use of last defined, governing the infinitive as a verbal noun, and connecting it as indirect object with a preceding verb or adjective. Thus, ready to go, i.e., ready unto going, good to eat, i.e., good for eating. I do my utmost to lead my life pleasantly. But it has come to be the almost constant prefix to the infinitive, even in situations where it has no prepositional meaning, as where the infinitive is direct object or subject. Thus, I love to learn, i.e., I love learning. To die for one's country is noble, i.e., the dying for one's country, where the infinitive denotes a design or purpose. Good usage formerly allowed the prefixing of for to the to, as, what went ye out for CMAT 11
Way.
a wave.
Origin.
The point of attachment or end of a muscle which is fixed during contraction, in contradistinction to insertion.
Newsboy.
A boy who distributes or sells newspaper.
Ruble.
The unit of monetary value in Russia, it is divided into 100 kopecks, and in the gold coin of the realm as in the 5 and 10 ruble pieces, is worth about 77 cents. The silver ruble is a coin worth about 60 cents.
Admirable.
Having qualities to excite wonder united with approbation, deserving the highest praise, most excellent, used of persons or things.
Tetracity.
Crabbedness, perverseness.
Rescind.
To cut off, to abrogate, to annul.
Exigent.
Exigency, pressing necessity, decisive moment.
Last.
In conclusion, finally.
Affiliate.
To attach to, or unite with, to receive into a society as a member, and initiate into its mysteries, plans, etc., followed by to or with.
Furious.
Transported with passion or fury, raging, violent, as a furious animal.
Cynical.
Belonging to the sect of philosophers called cynics, having the qualities of a cynic, pertaining to, or resembling, the doctrines of the cynics.
Vertebra.
A vertebra.
Marrier.
One who marries.
Prodigal.
One who expends money extravagantly, viciously, or without necessity. One that is profuse or lavish in any expenditure. A waster, a spendthrift.
not,
A cluster of persons or things, a collection, a group, a hand, a clique, as, a knot of politicians.
insertion,
The condition or mode of being inserted or attached, as, the insertion of stamens in a calyx.
embolism,
Intercalation, the insertion of days, months, or years in an account of time to produce regularity, as the embolism of a lunar month in the Greek year.
crenellate,
To furnish with crenels.
virtuous,
Destitute of virtue, without efficacy or operating qualities, powerless.
phlebane,
One of various plants, supposed to have efficacy in driving away fleas. They belong, for the most part, to the genera Coniza, Erigervin, and Pulicaria.
upbrow,
Brought up, educated.
parental,
Of or pertaining to parent or to parents, as parental authority, parental obligations.
burden,
A pilgrim's staff.
old,
Long cultivated, as an old farm, old land, as opposed to new land, that is, to land lately cleared.
cloying,
The great grey crane of India Groscineria.
blocking,
The act of obstructing, supporting, shaping, or stamping with a block or blocks.
rejective,
Rejecting, or tending to reject.
misusement,
Wrong use, misapplication, erroneous or improper use.
checkerberry,
A spicy plant and its bright red berry. The wintergreen Gaulleria procumens, also incorrectly applied to the partridge berry Michella ripens.
flippant,
Speaking fluently and confidently, without knowledge or consideration, empty, trifling, inconsiderate, petulant.
superinfuse,
To infuse over.
rabblement,
A tumultuous crowd of low people, a rabble.
wreak,
To execute in vengeance or passion, to inflict, to hurl or drive, as, to wreak vengeance on an enemy.
jobber,
One who works by the job.
gan,
Imperfect and past participle of gin, a strong alcoholic liquor, distilled from rye and barley, and flavored with juniper berries, also called Hollands and Holland gin, because originally, and still very extensively, manufactured in Holland. Common gin is usually flavored with turpentine.
excellently,
In a high or superior degree, in this literal use, not implying worthiness.
Cuckold's knot.
A hitch or knot, by which a rope is secured to a spar, the two parts of the rope being crossed and seized together, called also cuckold's neck.
List.
To hearken, to tend, to listen.
Leucosoid.
Like or pertaining to the Leucosoidea, a tribe of marine crabs including the box crab or calapa.
Vercose.
Covered with wart-like elevations, tuberculate, warty, vercus, as a vercose capsule.
Unexperience.
Inexperience.
Impotency.
The quality or condition of being impotent, want of strength or power, animal, intellectual, or moral, weakness, feebleness, inability, imbecility.
Quercus.
A genus of trees constituted by the oak, any tree or shrub of the genus Quercus. The oaks have alternate leaves, often variously lobed, and staminate flowers in catkins. The fruit is a smooth nut called an acorn, which is more or less enclosed in a scaly involucre called the cup or cupule. There are now recognized about 300 species, of which nearly 50 occur in the United States, the rest in Europe, Asia, and the other parts of North America, very few barely reaching the northern parts of South America and Africa. Many of the oaks form forest trees of grand proportions and live many centuries. The wood is usually hard and tough, and provided with conspicuous medullary rays, forming the silver grain.
Phygenical.
A phygenic medicine.
Concavous.
Hollow and curved or rounded, vaulted, set of the interior of a curved surface or line, as of the curve of the inner surface of an eggshell, in opposition to convex, as a concave mirror, the concave arch of the sky.
Acrocarpus.
Having the fruit stalks at the end of a leafy stem, as in certain mosses.
Typical.
Combining or exhibiting the essential characteristics of a group, as a typical genus.
Araucarian.
Relating to, or of the nature of, the Araucaria, the earliest conifers in geological history were mostly Araucarian.
Collectivist.
An advocate of collectivism.
Municipal.
Of or pertaining to state, kingdom, or nation.
Cast.
To contrive, to plan.
Kidney shape.
Having the form or shape of a kidney, reniform, as a kidney-shaped leaf.
Off.
A portion off printed sheet in certain sizes of books that is cut off before folding.
Scholar.
One engaged in the pursuits of learning, a learned person, one versed in any branch, or in many branches, of knowledge, a person of high literary or scientific attainments, a savant.
penetrating,
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Autonomy channel containing changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.